Hello
Bob,
and
good to see
welcome
you.
to my podcast. I'm your host, Larry Liu, and today I'm joined again by Michael Lachanski. So, Michael, welcome to the podcast.
Oh, good to
Um,
see you, Larry.
yep. So, let's just start off with where you're at the moment. So, you're studying a lot of important topics. Obviously, demography is kind of the main area. So, yeah, just tell us a little bit about what you were working on recently and where your mind is at this point.
Sure. So I tend to work on two issues. They're actually very different, and you have to kind of weave a narrative when you go on the job market or explain what you do. But the answer to like what really links these things is more or less that the data was available and it's convenient. And I like some of the methods. They give you reliable answers, and that's not always true. So I work basically on what I call formal organizational demography or just organizational demography. And I work especially on modeling the links of jobs and kinds of inequalities in those job links. So I have a paper that's forthcoming with the Russell Sage Foundation, Journal of the Social Sciences, their journal. It's actually called like RSF, the Russell Sage Foundation Journal of the Social Sciences, which is like reminds me of the artist formerly known as Prince. And that paper basically goes through race and sex inequalities in expected tenure at hiring. And people care about this because expected tenure at hiring is like a measure of job stability, and job stability is very important for other reasons. So, for instance, if it's known that you're going to have a long relationship with your employer, then your employer will invest more in you in terms of training on the job stuff, benefits, presumably. And if you're going to have a short-term relationship with your employer, then your employer has much less incentives to make any of those kinds of investments in human capital. And it's also like an indicator of how well the labor market matching process is working, in the sense that if you have a good match, most models say that that means that an ideal match would be one that lasts for your whole life. You find the perfect job and then it just evolves with you and you never need to re-enter the labor market again. And a bad match could be one that you and your employer don't get along and ends very quickly, right? So people consider this to be an indicator, and it could be an indicator between group inequalities in the matching process. So for instance, it's well known that African Americans have shorter job spans than whites. And so this could be an indicator that something is going wrong in like the labor market matching process. There's like theories about spatial mismatch in urban labor markets where African Americans were far from where all the jobs were, and you wonder if this kinds of has population level effects. Anyway, my research uses some of these methods that I've developed in a previous paper to actually look at these broad group level inequalities between men and women, between whites and blacks, and between Hispanics and non-Hispanics. And what I find is actually that the inequalities and equalities I do observe are pretty persistent over time. There's actually not much that's changed from the 1990s through the present. And more or less, those inequalities are that for African Americans, they always have more job instability than whites. But when you condition on the group of workers that have already spent 1 or 2 years on the job, then they look much more similar. When we look at men and women, it's almost the reverse pattern where women and men look very, very similar at hiring in terms of job stability. But after 1 year on the job, there's a slight and persistent male advantage. And then when we look at Hispanics and non-Hispanics, I just find no consistent pattern. Hispanics have a little bit more stable jobs than non-Hispanics on average. What does it mean? I don't know. I mean, one theory is that if you're an undocumented immigrant, you kind of get locked into a particular job. You can't change employers. So this could be a huge concern for Latino Americans if a substantial fraction of that population is either unemployed, is either illegal, undocumented, or they're in the country basically on like a DACA-like status where although they're not in any danger of being deported in the short run, they might have an employer that they really like. They might think that the legal environment is insecure in some way, and so they want to stick with an employer that they can trust. So that's a theory. And that aspect has actually been looked at in the context of H-1Bs because H-1Bs are really linked to their employers. But people have not tried to, as far as I can tell, look at this very carefully for the Latino population. So this paper is one of the first to look at the Hispanic population of the U.S. and see if there's anything interesting that can be found. So there is a pattern there as well.
Yep. So it's about job instability and how it varies by gender and racial background. And certainly, so
Ethnicity and ethnicity. That's how I describe the Hispanic, non-Hispanic gap.
yeah, and so you have basically a segmented labor market, and I think that's kind of the what a lot of the labor economics and sociology literature focuses on, right? That you have people that are put into different kinds of labor markets, and they would be uh, and essentially they would be locked into certain industries, and also like legal status, right? In the case of the undocumented migrants, um, even among like the relatively more privileged migrants. I mean, if you think of like the scholars, right? They're here on, let's say, the J1 visa, right? And and they're doing quite okay living here as long as they remain students, right? And then if they have to, but then once they graduate, then the scramble starts, right? Like, are you going to find a job that allows you to convert to a regular work visa, or do you have to eventually go back to your home country, and you take the human capital then with you, and so yeah, but so legal status in your view, I mean, it's kind of one of the main dividing lines within the labor market.
This is all theory. There is interesting work on this by Ito and Borjas, where they basically study the legalization of, I believe, Algerian workers in France, maybe in the 1980s. And I don't have the paper in front of me, but I believe it's something like that. And they study, I think, the effect of wages on the Algerians. Of course, their wages went up. And then they study the effect on the native born workers as well, actually, and they find interesting effects there. Um, and I think that now the evidence is accumulated when it comes to legality, illegality, that if you're a worker that has no permissions, you're giving the employer a large amount of monopsony power. And so there's an interesting kind of policy analytic where if you're really concerned with employer monopsony, um, there's actually three things that happen if your employer is monopsonistic in terms of the labor market, or three scenarios that are I think considered. So this is a policy analytic. In one, with monopsonistic employers, anything that kinds of increases monopsonistic power, if it doesn't change anything else, is basically more of a transfer from workers to the employer. So actually, a situation in which having more undocumented immigrants reduces the native worker wages, that that has been found that basically it's a consequence of the existing monopsony power. So there's a paper, I think that's under review now by Manning and a team in the UK. I don't know where Manning is at, but he does all this research on monopsony. And what he found was that in conventional economic models, there has to be like that are competitive. It's actually very difficult for I think he says it's impossible for um, immigrants to lower the absolute wages of native born workers. So it's only when you have some kind of monopsony, then through the market power of the monopsonist, is it the case that new migrants can lower the wage of the native born workers. So that creates this kind of policy analytic, which goes like the following. The first best case for native born workers in the case of a monopsonist, in which you can't get rid of the monopsony power, is to not have any native born workers. The second best case is, or not to have any uh, immigrant workers. The second best case is to have legal immigrant workers. And then the third best case is to have and the worst case, I would say, is to have workers who are undocumented or illegal, because that creates another wedge that they use to avoid
But
paying
best and
more
worst case, I mean, from whose perspective? I
from the
mean,
native born workers
native
perspective.
born workers.
But
Okay.
in this case, it turns out to be the case that if you're comparing the second and third best cases, it's still better for the immigrant workers to be documented, of course, because then basically they get to collect some of that monopsony power back by being compared with natives. And then second of all, they get to work in like a preferred occupation industry because there might be differential enforcement across occupations and industries. So another person I met, Daniel DiMartino at Columbia University, he's a graduate student. I think he's on the job market this year. One of his papers shows that the biggest effect of DACA, in his opinion, is actually that workers who are undocumented will change occupations and industries immediately because they're being forced into occupations and industries that are not their preferred, not like that match their skill sets, but those in which employers can hide from like US government regulations. And so one thing that can happen is they're all being forced in this narrow set of industries and occupations, but once you legalize them, they can change to something that actually matches their skill set, regardless of the level of observability to like ICE or something like that. And so that would raise their wage and it would raise the wages of those that they were originally competing with. But it would then lower the wages, under some monopsony with those of the new occupation industry pairs that they're moving into. So I think that the kind of policy analytic you have in mind in the monopsony case is that from the native born workers perspective, just to restate, we can get it right this time. The first best case is really no immigration. The second best case is legal immigration. The third best case is undocumented immigration. And the third case is worse than the second because under the monopsony power, they will prefer to hire those kinds of workers over the natives, and they can like kind of ration off their workers this way. So that's kind of the intuition that DiMartino explained to me.
Yeah, okay, so I think you have to take one step back
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
non-economics audience
Sure.
who might be like, well, what the hell is a monopsony
I see, I see.
power? So the idea here is, okay, you have a single buyer. So the buyer would be the buyer of the labor power, so that would be the employer, uh, and um, and you have multiple workers that are competing for that same job, and they do not have an escape option. Is that kind of the
That's the
intuition?
basic idea, but I think the key idea of monopsony nowadays is not that there's like one single employer, but that the employer has like some kind of market power. And by market power, I mean that there's this distinction between competitive equilibrium and monopoly that runs something along the lines of this. In a competitive equilibrium, if I change my price by like, if I raise my wages by a penny compared to all the other employers in the market, all the workers should come to me, right? Or by a very, very small amount. There should be some small amount I can raise my wages where I get all the workers in the market. They all leave my competitors' firms and then my competitors collapse. And, I'm still not able to raise my prices. Let's assume that's competitive on that side. And on the other hand, if I lower my wages by like a penny or a dollar or something, some very small amount, then I would lose all my workers who would all immediately leave. And so under a monopsony, if I have some monopsony power, I'm actually moving up and down the demand curve. So I actually don't lose all my workers. I would lose some workers if I lower my wage. And if I raise my wage, I get some workers, but not all the workers. So that's kind of the idea for you having a little bit of monopsony power, that you have some market power where you don't immediately lose all of your workers when you do this. And the idea, this is getting far away from what I spend a lot of my time on, but the idea is monopsony is usually along the lines of something to do with the inframarginal that when I raise my wage, I have to raise the wage for workers that I've already kind of hired. And I'm not like raising or lowering my wage only for new workers. And so if I could do that, then you could actually get to an efficient kind of equilibrium, but I can't do that. And so that creates like some kind of inefficiency in the market where I don't maybe hire as many workers as I should, according to some social planner. So that's kind of the idea of this monopsony problem. Anyway, it turns out that most labor markets people think are now monopsonistic. There was an old view where they were mostly competitive. There's a lot of experiments and kinds of like things that have been done to show that doesn't seem to really be the case. It's very difficult to rationalize like the competitive equilibrium kinds of predictions. And just your everyday experience says that, okay, these firms mess around with prices a little bit. Sometimes firms like Walmart will raise its wages to $15 an hour and they don't instantly gain all the workers. And they didn't do that in the past. They didn't seem to have like that. They gained more workers, but they didn't gain like all the workers from their other competitors. So people come up with models in which like there's some like long running kind of competitive dynamic that just needs to play itself out. But I think that the monopsonistic perspective is a little bit more, a little bit simpler, easier to explain. There's a lot of other predictions I think that it makes that you can check out. So that's become like I think a prevailing view of labor markets. Then the team Suresh Naidu at Columbia is really into that, and I think his name is Alan Manning, maybe in the UK. He's really into that too, and I just think that that's like the common view. Well, it turns out that if you believe that, that also has consequences for like what you think about the immigration debate. It means you should be a little bit more pessimistic about immigration than you should in the competitive equilibrium case, because immigrants can do things that affect the monopsony power. That's kind of this elasticity of the demand curve. And basically, if the demand curve is very inelastic, then the firm has much, much more power. And the demand curve could be, actually, I should be careful about this. It's, I forget if it's the worker supply or worker demand curve. I don't want to say anything that's wrong, but basically there's this kind of inelasticity that a firm has to deal with. And the issue could be something like if you have a lot more migration, then that can change the actual power of the firm relative to workers. And that becomes then a concern for the overall like pre-existing workers that you had. So I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go into this. I don't do that much research on this topic. I'm now like summarizing something that was summarized to me. So that's that.
Yeah. So the definition of a monopsony, I mean, is it like an objective measure? I mean, is it about Herfindahl index, right? Where
Yeah,
it's
so
like, okay,
the older way of thinking about monopsony, I know a little bit about this, was that it was about how many firms were in a market, and then it becomes how do you define market? And I think the more modern way of thinking about it is really a lot more to do with does the firm have like market power in the sense of what can they do to your
like
wage?
what is the behavior that these firms exhibit with respect to setting wages
Yeah,
for
exactly.
different workers?
And then what happens if they mess around with wages? So if a firm basically raises its wages by a little bit, all else equal, and then nothing changes, or they get a few more workers, that would be like the kind of evidence that would be for monopsony. The challenge is that you have to distinguish like other conditions, that are happening. Like a firm might raise wages because they've become a little bit more productive, and also just might take time for competitive dynamics to like play themselves out. So someone who is more skeptical of this whole perspective would say, well, actually, this market equilibrium is a process. It's true that if the firm raises its wages, that they will eventually get all the workers in the market, if nothing else changes, or not, depending if they actually have a real productivity gain.
Well, they
There,
get all
there's,
the workers in that segment, right? So if
yeah,
you think about
exactly.
like Walmart or Amazon warehouses, I believe that they fish from the same labor market pool, right? So they're not necessarily going to recruit like the, UPenn PhD students or, the college professors, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll see how bad the academic job market gets, but probably not. I think that the thing to say about this is that it's not necessarily the case that there only needs to be one firm. There could be two firms, and they could both have monopsony power. That's kind of the key idea that I want to get across. And there could be some way, they don't necessarily even need to collude. They could just be the fact that they, relative to the workers, have some kind of asymmetric information advantage. There could be other kinds of like labor market frictions that give them a little bit of market power for whatever reason. It could even just be the case that, okay, we have enough liquidity and financing to stay around for a while. You, the worker, might have to work today. And so that might give us, like, at least for today, in the short run, some power relative to you. That's the idea. So it doesn't have to be just one market, or it doesn't have to be just one firm per market. It could be that there's a sense in which there's two or three firms per market, but they're not approximating the competitive equilibrium. That's the idea.
Yeah. So big firms, I mean, they have a significant amount of power and with respect to migration, the corporations tend to be pro-migration because they want to expand the labor supply as far as possible. It would keep the wages, I suppose, in check. And Yeah, so I mean, I look at it from the the technology angle side, so because that's most of my research area, and it's essentially I mean, if you look at the places where you have the most automation taking place, right? Places like Germany, Japan, now China increasingly, um, their demographics is, you could say, more on the labor scarcity side of things, especially in the East Asia context. And so from the capitalist viewpoint, right? It's kind of like, do we invest in like having the migrants come to us, or do we invest in the robots? Um, and now you might make the argument that, well, okay, the robots are indigenous, so it's, endogenous, which means, the firm decides it itself, versus migration is like external, because it's a government policy. Um, but it seems like that, for a topic as important as this one, that the firms have significant political influence over what governments are doing with respect to migration. Yeah. So how do you see the, I suppose, choice model uh, for employers?
So there's a real paper that's on like robots versus immigration, and it tries to compute like how many jobs were lost from immigration versus how many jobs and like wages were lost by well, how much wages were reduced by robots, and it comes to the conclusion that in the modern era, robots are actually much worse. There's a couple of, one reason for that. It's very, I don't like this way of thinking, but if you just want to think about it in terms of like demand flows, a lot of people will tell me, at least informally, that immigrants have no effect because they spend all their money in the labor market. So they're a source of like labor demand as well as labor supply. I think there's something a little bit confused because there's multiple labor markets. So they're obviously in the labor market they compete in. It's not necessarily going to be offset because they're not going to exactly demand the same a basket of goods that would totally offset their own effects in the labor markets. But and by the way, for the record, I just looked it up. It is the case that the monopsonist faces some kind of inelastic labor supply, not labor demand. So I was getting a little bit. It's the monopolist who faces the a bit of like the individual monopolist who faces a somewhat inelastic demand curve, and it's the monopsonist who faces somewhat inelastic labor supply curve. So just for the record, that's the way you should think about it. I don't want to mess up anyone who stumbles upon this video studying for their micro 101 exam or something like that and then misremembers for the test. So um yeah, so let's talk about this robots versus immigrants type thing. So a robot doesn't spend any money. So that already makes it a little bit worse. Because if an immigrant arrives to your labor market and there's like some geographic, you can imagine like a money flow, they compete with the worker and then they spend all the money in the community. A robot doesn't do that. And if it's a multinational corporation, the money might go somewhere else. So the local effect would be to disrupt these existing jobs, the existing job market. The money gets sent somewhere else. And so from the individual community level, it's like it just seems much worse, even if at the aggregate level, it makes the whole society much richer. So I think that's like a very simple analytic that I would start with. And then it becomes a question of like, why is that wrong? What's going wrong? What's going wrong with that kind of analytic for evaluating whether or not to have a robot, whether or not to have a robot from like the mayor's perspective. Now, from the firm's perspective, it's a different problem. I think the challenge with workers, I think, don't you have a paper where you show that like when workers go on strike, that they get replaced by robots? Like, don't you have a paper that kind of
Yeah,
shows?
there was a paper with a colleague, who is now teaching at Brown University, Han Zhang, and we looked at the labor protests in China. Also, this is, China also has the largest robotic stock. And we found that there was a positive correlation between the amount of labor protests, and automation. And Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the robotic landscape, it's actually, quite similar to the United States in the sense of the geographic concentration. Like you have the southern province, I think Guangdong, right? Where a lot of the, you know, I suppose the factories that would require and deploy robots are located. And that's also it happens to be the place where you will see a lot of the labor activism surrounding, um, you know, uh, protests against wage arrears, right? So they don't get paid by employers, they get stiffed. Um, so yeah, so in a way, I mean, it's not completely counterintuitive, I would say, with the finding that we produced. But yeah, so we do hypothesize and do find that uh, that the more labor contention there is, the more automation happens. And we did use the Foxconn example uh, as a key case study to basically motivate our own empirical investigation. Because if you recall, it was a couple of years ago when they were showing like, oh, look at these suicide nets the uh, that the company had to set up because the working
Yeah.
conditions were so harsh, right? That workers had to put in really long hours, and so they create these nets so that people cannot fall to their death. And then after that, they announced Foxconn that they would deploy more than 100,000 robots, or it was a significant number. And it was just like a simple headline, right? I'm not sure whether they did follow up on that. My guess is that they have. Um, but then also, like, but then, I don't know, when I talk with the Chinese demographers, I mean, they would also say that there is significant aging that is happening in Chinese society. So, um, the peak labor market in China, I think, was 2012. I want to say. Now you're the demographer, so you have to correct me on this. And so, in a way, I mean, you have much less, um, you could say, labor pool that the employers could potentially draw upon. Um, so, basically, I mean, so it's not. I mean, so labor portals are not the only factor, basically, right? So, we're just saying it's one of those. I think that demographics and aging is another major factor. Um,
Yeah, I have to agree. The one caveat I would say is that China's effective labor has gone up a lot. So a worker in the countryside who's like well educated and has all their nutrients is very different from a worker, who's not those things, who's not necessarily as educated, who's not necessarily let's say well fed, and then who's in the countryside. And so one thing to say is that I think something that has been happening is that China's effective labor output has actually been probably going up a lot. Another thing that's happened is China has at least I don't know if these are as enforced strictly today, they had very low retirement ages for women and men. It was something like, I believe, 55 and 60. I mean, crazy low retirement ages for men and women. And I think they're going
Also,
to have
the state pensions are quite paltry too, so it's not like you're gonna live a great life
It could be, it
based on
could
that.
be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I think that those kinds of things, there's a big difference, I think, for many people between like zero and anything, actually. So in the US, Social Security is very paltry, but there's a huge number of people who it's like, yep, 62, 63, they're out the door. And I think any financial advisor will say, like, for the vast majority of old people, that's a mistake. It's actually a very, very common mistake because the returns on Social Security or something like 7 or 8% a year. So it's actually a relatively high return asset. And so people, if they hold out to 70, for the average person, they would just make a lot more money collecting from 70 to whenever it is they're going to actually die than they would than they basically would if they just collected as soon as possible. So it's a very small number of people who should be collecting earlier than 70. I mean, I haven't looked at this in a while, but I looked at it some few years ago, and it seemed to me that many people were making an error, at least in expected value terms. And you actually wonder why there's not more banks and things like that that don't make like bridge loans and then take a cut, because there should be like a financial transaction there where it's like, I loan you a little bit of money, you delay your social security, and then you give me a cut of your social security, and then that becomes like a, maybe it's just not profitable enough at the individual level to do something like that, but it should certainly be considered. But yeah, so I think China's effective labor is probably going up a lot, but in terms of total bodies, it's going down. And it's obviously the case that they're going to want to bring in as many robots as possible just to increase their manufacturing output. Because China itself, I believe they want to be a manufacturing superpower. They want to basically have like huge value added. I think for frankly military concerns, because they're worried about being cut off from the US, from trade by the US, by the NATO powers. I think it's a legitimate concern that they have, and totally makes sense to maintain a large manufacturing base in the face of that kind of pressure. I think the other thing is that they might be concerned of following the U.S. path. So the U.S., we have a problem where we can't make anything anymore. People say that. And everyone I know who works in manufacturing or who's been in that sector tells me that that is exaggerated in one way, in the sense that, you pay someone enough, they can 3D print it up, but that there's a huge amount of like knowledge that's being lost as the baby boomers retire, and there's gaps in the supply chain all over, where you have to work with China, or you have to work with Vietnam, or you have to work with Mexico to do things like, manufacture an engine or something like that. There'll be some part, this engine might have 3,977 parts, and 10% of those parts really only exist in like China, or somewhere in North Africa or Russia or something like that. So you have to engage in trade basically with some of these countries. That's been more or less something that's been told to me many times by different people. Like with any level of complexity, I'm sure SpaceX and any large manufacturing concern, GM, Tesla, they're running into these kinds of issues. It's guaranteed. It's part of, I think, why Elon Musk is so friendly with China.
Yep.
Is
So
because
I have one of my colleagues at Princeton, Kyle Chan, and his work is mostly focused on you know Chinese, you could say, manufacturing. The dissertation was about the high-speed rail system, but now in the recent past, I mean, he paid more attention to like manufacturing strategies. And yeah, so if you look at um like the Chinese EV share, right? So electric vehicles in the global market, it went from close to zero around, like right before COVID, to I think 50% or something like that, right? It's quite a significant.
the BVD car, right? That very
um
specific. What's the name of the car?
yeah, BYD. Yeah, so
BYD, yeah.
yeah, so there's several companies in that field. Um, but yeah, and then also other, what the government in China considers to be strategic industries, like solar panels and, like, windmills, like the renewable energy sector, and then the semiconductors, SMIC. Um, they just, basically dominate the global market. And and yeah, and then interestingly, like many of the Western companies that were going into China, and they were, you could say, uh, setting up base over there, uh, they are actually being pushed out. I mean, they kind of withdraw, like they close their offices over in China, um, and that's largely because they cannot keep up with the Chinese competitors. And so, I mean, that's also part of what I see is, this Cold War idea, right? About not just the U.S., but even the European countries, um, you know, there's other countries that are trying to increase their protectionism against Chinese companies. Um, I mean, effectively because they do not think that that they can compete with the Chinese companies, that their own firms would not be able to compete. Um, and yeah, but then also like from a strategic perspective, I mean, China also does not believe they that they can go away from their strategy, right? It's heavily focused on manufacturing because their historical experience, essentially the last 30 years or so, has been that if the domestic market is weak, right, then the export market will always be there and open for them. Um, and in part it is still the case because as you argued earlier, right? I mean, we don't make things anymore in this in the Western countries. Um, so yeah, that certainly is partially the case. So um, but again, as the Cold War heats up, right? I would think that eventually, I think it will impact the economic sector as well, and uh, a- and the export sector is not going to be the reliable growth sector even in China. Um, and look, I mean, experts have been talking about this, idea of rebalancing from an investment-based economy to a consumption-based economy. I think that those discussions have been going on for more than a decade, I would say at this point. Uh, but yeah, I mean, from what I interpret the numbers, it doesn't seem like that this is um, what China's moving towards. Yeah, they still heavily rely on export. And we'll see how stable those will be. Uh, as the Cold War intensifies, right? Uh,
I think my feeling about this is that China has moved to trying to boost domestic investments, so instead of basically having all their money flow abroad. Like if they have a very high savings rate, that capital has to go somewhere. And if it goes abroad, then more or less there has to be some kind of balance of payments issue where their capital's flowing abroad, and they also have like high exports. And so this is creating these kinds of global imbalances. And so what they try to do is have high investment in the country. But a country like this is just going to run into problems of finding, I think, profitable investments that actually are like sustainable and that don't lose money. I think many of the recently there was concern over this Chinese residential bubble. Supposedly the bubble has popped, but along the way, I think the government's just taken a lot of these like huge losses to bolster the residential real estate sector. And I don't know if these companies that are doing these kind of electric car and solar panels, if they're on net profitable or if they're on net losing money. I mean, my concern might be that although it's heavily government subsidized, overall the sector is losing money. And it's not clear like who the winners are going to be, or if when you remove the government intervention, that it's going to be profitable on its own. I mean, that would always be my concern with China's industrial policy so far. I think another concern is that even with all this stuff, they're still running into like these kinds of problems of like low domestic demand and low aggregate demand. So, for instance, China has 25%, I heard, unemployment for its college graduates. I was at a wedding recently and I had some friends who were, had graduated from Peking University, and this is supposedly the best of the best, and they seem very intelligent. And they were explaining that many people who'd studied software and computer science were actually having trouble finding like jobs if you were not connected. And this is, I think, a major problem for their economy. If people in the capital city are facing like relatively high, have a perception even of high unemployment rates, I think it's a problem. But I think they also do, in fact, have high unemployment rates. And so are too many people getting educated? Is it the case that there's just not enough jobs around to sustain that kind of thing? Or is it the case that there's been some kind of government mismanagement when it comes to what to invest in? I think these are kinds of open questions for the Chinese economy that they need to resolve one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, the real estate fiasco is very much predicated on uh, an investment-led economy, which uh, they still have, and I understand that like the politics and the economics are closely intertwined, right? So the idea is essentially that you can have a um, invest you want to have the investment-led model because all of these institutions required for the investment-led economy, like all of these whatever technology companies, all of these real estate companies, the state-led banks, right? SOEs, they are all closely controlled by the party, and 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 that's the path that they know that they can go towards. Um, when it comes to a more consumption-led economy, I think it is predicated on this idea that that you would grow the middle class, so you would let them basically decide how they wanted to spend their money. And I have a feeling that this is something that the party is still somewhat uncomfortable with. And so that's why maybe that transition is not towards a more consumption-led model might not be happening at the pace that we would expect. And so yeah, so that seems to be, I think, one of the major challenges that they have to work through. But yeah, but yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, it is one of the big challenges for sure. Um, and yeah, so that's all I had on this on this subject.
Well, I guess they just need to find a way to get the rest of the world to buy like Chinese goods. But if China's savings rate is so high and the returns on assets in the country are like not very high, then that money is going to flow abroad, and then they're going to run into these kinds of payment imbalances. And that was, I think, the concern before when they came to like the macro narrative of the 2008 global crash is that China had all this excess savings. Where does that excess savings go? It goes into US residential markets and commercial markets for housing and things like that. But that stuff is not necessarily, I don't know, people have revisited this, but I think the general intuition is like that stuff is like not so productive on its own. And it can't justify like the US then going ahead and buying a lot of like Chinese exports and things like that. So I think if China, invests in productive assets in the US, then that could justify the U.S. buying a lot of productive, exports from China. Otherwise, there needs to be something like a decline in the Chinese savings rate, rise, I think, in the return on assets domestically in China. So I guess that's why I'm talking about the problems with the state-owned enterprises, is that the returns, I think, on many assets are unnecessarily low, and that's a common problem in these kinds of I don't want to say Marxist Leninist, but these kinds of country socialist, more socialist oriented economies is that you're buying into it for reasons that are not necessarily related to your investment returns. And so the investment returns are a little bit lower. So that I think is something that's an unresolved tension. My own perspective is that they would be better off if they just considered, going in the direction they were going in the past and privatizing some of these assets. But there might be some kinds of strategic objectives that they're failing to achieve. So yeah, we can change topics, but that
Well,
was that.
there's a
Yeah,
fear that there would
yeah.
be a loss of control by the party and by the state, and so I mean, like I mean, ultimately, I mean, this whole idea of like, okay, we're gonna open up the economy and we're gonna make everybody richer. I think that's been a good proposition, but it is predicated on the party holding most of the power. And if if they had to choose only one, yeah, I think that. power probably is more important. But I mean, we mentioned the U.S. I mean, the U.S. has certainly has got its own problems. All right. I mean, that I mean, certainly, I mean, the people who are raising, like debt, public debt, that is growing at a quite rapid clip. Also, uh, because of whatever supply chain issues, right? I mean, you have an increase in the interest rate, right? And the idea as well, we'll be able to bring inflation down, which, we were very much able to accomplish. Uh, but yeah, so but then there's also this other perspective, right? The people who believe in this, modern monetary theory, who claim that the expansion in the fiscal deficit is not a significant concern to uh, you know to the public. Um, I suppose the idea is that uh, the issuer or the generator of the currency is the state itself. So any shortfalls in uh, finances can be bridged by basically through the state printing offices. Um, but I don't know. I mean, so my interpretation of the MMT is that I think it works for the U.S. case, right? So if you are the issuer of the world reserve currency, and you print all of this money, and you're finding, you know the Saudis and the Chinese and the Germans and so forth, and they're still buying, um, I suppose, the U.S. debt. Then yes, I mean, you can print a huge amount of money, um, and you can have stable prices, low inflation, stable currency. Um, but it seems to me to be a very much a U.S. based, uh, like, theoretical construction. I mean, what's your take on this debate?
I agree. I mean, I think your take is also repeated in Jacobin. It's like part of there's a Jacobin criticism of MMT where they say that it's unfair, basically, that it only applies to the US and that it's maybe just a part of the world reserve currency privilege, and that countries like Turkey have tried MMT and not had great success. I mean, the basic idea that, okay, if you control your own currency, the real trade-off is not between like currency crisis but between inflation, unemployment. I mean, that's an old idea. That goes back to like the 1960s. I mean, people were not thinking about currency crises or like not being able to like issue debt. That's kind of something that people have not been that concerned with in free floating currencies. If you have a pegged currency, that's more dangerous because then you can like lose control of the peg. But that's one of the benefits, I think, of having a free floating currencies that's valued at market valuation, and you can print a ton of money and drive it down. Obviously, I think the problem is that you can reach a level of inflation where it's too high and people get scared. And then you might be able to have trouble financing your deficit, and then you're printing money to pay for it, and then inflation will go higher. So you worry about how you avoid the hyperinflation cycle. And MMT people, I don't think, have a great answer for that. I mean, their answer is like, well, you need to have real productive assets, and if productivity is going up, then you don't necessarily run into this issue. And I think that that's basically right. But then it becomes like, okay, well, you need to have something on the supply side. It becomes like a version of supply side economics alongside printing money. And maybe that is an optimal policy combo. But I think that in the partisan framing, it's hard to get people to kind of come to that conclusion. In the US case, it is surprising that inflation is so low given the huge rise in US debt. It's going up by something like $1 trillion a year. It seems like crazy and out of control. And my suspicion is that markets just assume that the US is going to raise the retirement age, because it's well known that like even slight increases in the Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security ages, if you raise it by like 1 or 2 years, that actually eliminates all the problem. I mean, it's crazy because the issue is that when you raise the age, first of all, a lot of people then never collect and then they pay into it for slightly longer. And so the effect of those two things and labor supply goes up generally. So you get a little bit more out of them. That basically is enough to make many of these programs soluble. I also suspect that they're pricing in some kind of like land sell off because the US has, trillions of dollars in like valuable land that in theory you could sell off to like finance a deficit. And I think if they put that on the global open market, ran an auction to like maximize the value that you would get from it, that would be kind of sufficient to at least maintain the debt levels for a while without any kind of issue. But there is this danger. I mean, the danger is that the higher the interest rates go, the more of the tax revenue goes into just paying down the debt, the less goes into producing new services or retiring debt. And now new debt is more expensive than old debt. I mean, I think ironically, it was Larry Kudlow 4 or 5 years ago who said, well, while interest rates are really low now, we should be issuing very, very long-term debts or even perpetuities. And in hindsight, he was just like obviously right. And I don't know why the Trump administration people never got around to doing that. I assume that they would have done something like that in 2020, but then COVID happened. I have no idea. But he actually brought this up, I think, on CNBC Business or MSNBC Business, Fox Business a few times. And I've never heard a satisfactory answer for why that wasn't a major focus of the government from 2012, honestly, all the way through, or even 2009 through 2020, is putting the US debt on a much more long-term basis while interest rates were very, very low.
So is the
It's
idea that, like you say, you issued the short-term bonds because, or preferably because the interest rates would be a little bit lower than for the long-term
Yeah,
bonds?
but then you're vulnerable. Like if you could imagine something like this, where we finance the easy way to see the problem with this is imagine the entire government's short-term bonds. If you finance the entire government on like a 1 week bond that has like a 0% interest rate, you just do that every single week. One day it goes up to 4%, and then you're crushed. So what you'd want to do is like lock in. Let's suppose that we can lock in like a 30-year or 50-year or 100-year. If we could lock something like that in at 3% rates, the U.S. fiscal footing would be much, much stronger right now. And many people brought this up. I think like many people have considered this as, especially on the business side, have thought that this
Well,
was a good.
so the Treasury officials had the mistaken belief that the low interest rate environment was going to be here to stay.
Well, the CBO, I mean, many people believe that the low interest rate environment was going to last for a long time. There's compelling evidence for that. I mean, I'll give one piece of evidence. If you look at the long-term trajectory of interest rates, of the lowest interest rate in the economy or the like so-called risk-free rate over like 100 years, there was a guy at Harvard that did this who was on the Trump economic team, the CEA. Basically, it's been trending towards zero for like the last 700 or 800 years. So the idea that real interest rates in the long term are going down as an empirical matter is actually on very, very strong footing. And if they were at zero, how much lower could they go? But my perspective is that, okay, that might be the very long term, but countries can kind of get wrecked because of medium term swings in the economy. And that was my perspective. And you would want to insure against that. The second thing was that countries that had in that world in which long-term interest rates are going down, a government will actually look foolish if it tries to lock in rates with long-term bonds. So I believe the US government used to issue, I think, 50-year bonds. And one of the reasons they didn't want to do that is because if you locked in a 50-year bond in like 1981, the 1980s, when interest rates were much higher, you were making huge returns. You were making returns comparable to the S&P 500, but essentially risk-free. And the government was kind of like shooting itself in the foot by refinancing. They could like lower their own borrowing costs. And I think some of the Kudlow people were actually just recognizing that the interest rate environment was unusually suitable for lending at that time. And I think it would have been a real win-win for businesses and for the U.S. if they had tried to get something that was a much longer term maturity than what was being offered, and then try to do that at a little bit lower interest rate. So to give an example, I think the 20-year, like from 11 through 2020, was like around 3-4%, which is like a little bit low. But if they had been able to get a 50-year out at 4 or 5%, basically that would have been something where it would be below the government's current long-term borrowing rate. And at the same time, which means that the business is holding on to it right now would be kind of a loser. But you don't know. There's something about controlling your own risk. You might give companies an opportunity to park their cash where they would want. So, for instance, companies like Apple, Amazon,
They have a lot
Google,
of cash savings, right?
yeah, they have a lot of cash savings, and it's actually costly for them to do things like leave it at a bank. Like literally moving around that level of money. They can't do like we the consumer finance people, we can put our stuff in a bank and it'll be like insured up to 100,000. Okay, you have more than 100,000, now you do two banks. When you get to like that level, it actually becomes a challenge of like what you can do with your cash savings where you know there might be huge market opportunities in the future. You want to be sort of liquid, but not totally liquid. You don't want to be losing money on your cash savings, and you don't necessarily want to pay out a dividend right now because again of the opportunities in the future. So so I think there's like kinds of ways to create like win-win-wins by like issuing new kinds of assets. And now for sure the government is I think wishing that they had done that because if interest rates go back up to like 8 or 9% in the long term, this is going to be very bad. I mean, even something like a forced sale of property would be very, very bad for the US government's like solubility in the long term because you can only do that once. That's a challenge, right? And if you're doing it just to pay for like medical services for baby boomers, it's something that's politically, I think, like kind of destructive, right? I mean, people would not be, um, that could be a hard sell for the American people. I think it should be done if it comes to that, but it could be a hard sell. That's my perspective.
Yeah, but I mean, it's some of these, social program deficits. I believe that there is some, you know, politics behind that as well. I think it was Bernie Sanders who points out that, for instance, in the Social Security program, which was supposed to go, uh, which was supposed to cut benefits at some point, maybe in the 2030s. It actually doesn't have to happen if you remove the cap on the taxation. You retain the cap on the benefits, right, on the amount of money that the government pays out. But you remove the cap on the taxation, which would basically transform the funding of that system into a more progressive system. Um, I think that would um, massively, I mean, at least I would say for one generation, would extend the life of Social Security. And that might address the point that you raised earlier. It's like, why are there some 62-year-olds taking the early retirement penalty? I think there's also some psychological fear, right? Where, because, if the government keeps saying that we're going to have to cut benefits by a third or something like that in the 2030s, which is not too far away. Unless some parameter of the program gets changed, like the tax revenues, for instance, um, you know, then I do understand then why people are saying, well, okay, let me draw right now, as long as there's some money in the program, right? Um, but again, I think that yeah, some social program funding concerns, I believe they can be addressed through a more progressive tax system. Um,
I think that is like one of the options that's on the table would be to raise taxes. I just wonder, it's like the same I just think that's such a politically damaging thing to do in the US. I mean, I wouldn't be affected, the Social Security rates above what I make, but I think that it would be something where, first of all, you do wonder about how much revenue you'd actually raise. People do try to fleece some of these taxes where they would go, I have no idea. But then the second thing you wonder is like how politically sustainable it is, because it's no different from just having a much higher income tax rate. And it's certainly the case that for the Republicans, that was entertained in 2016 through 2020 and then ultimately batted down. I think the Biden administration said they would try to reverse some of the Trump tax cuts. They ultimately didn't. It was just too politically costly, and the elections are so narrow. I noticed that Kamala Harris, she's floating now this tax on unrealized capital gains, very, very unpopular. I mean, it caused her to drop. I mean, the day that was announced, she dropped in Polymarket, which is one of these betting websites. on who's going to win the election by, I think, a few percentage points. Don't quote me on that, but some
But,
amount.
but but was there some threshold like in the unrealized capital gains tax plan? I
It was
mean,
100 million. The vast majority
$100 million.
of investors would not be affected by the capital gains. The concern is really just that it's not popular and that also it might not raise much money. I mean, one thing you could imagine happening is like Bill Ackman then says, okay, well, I'm going to take all my cousins and my kids and I'm going to divide my estate up early to avoid paying this. People do stuff like that. So, and there's also weird like divorce kinds of features where maybe you're at like 200 million or 300 million and then you want to divorce early so that you're both like you're still married really, but like just to evade the tax. So I think that there's many kinds of unintended consequences for these things that make people a little frightened, but in the long run it's true, something has to give. Either taxes have to go up, the demography has to improve in some way, there has to be a productivity revolution, or they have to do cuts, or they have to do this kind of one-time like sale of things. Something has to give. And so I think the progressive idea is basically the taxes need to go up. But then the challenge for you is why, from the Democratic policymakers, I think their perspective is that the year we raise taxes, we're going to lose the next election. I think that's kind of the fear. It's like the same thing of the fear of, like on the Republican side, it's like the same about raising the retirement age. The party that like raises the retirement age by 1 year basically guarantees, or 2 years or 3 years, if they do it for like anyone who's like voting right now, if you feel it in any way, you will just like lose the next election. Like that happened to Macron. Macron basically raised the retirement age by 2 years. That was enough to give a lot more power to the far left and the far right in the next election cycle. And now he's coalitioning with basically the socialists. I don't know if it'll have any policy impact, but that was something that was almost guaranteed when they raised the retirement age. And the same thing would be true if they raised taxes in France.
Well, okay, if you wanted to talk about France, there's something very problematic, I believe, that is happening in French politics because basically, so Macron declared the snap elections because he wanted to dare the voters, right? Because in the European elections they voted in favor of the nationalists, the Rassemblement National under Le Pen, and then in the national elections he was hoping that he could draw the voters back into his camp. Um, but it went sideways, so he made a electoral agreement with the left parties, which is why the left was taking the most seats in the parliament. And now the left coalition, they appointed a candidate for prime minister, and I think that they should receive that post because they have the plurality in the parliament. Um, but under the French political system, I mean, it's semi-presidential, right? Which means that the day-to-day business is done by the prime minister, but the prime minister is appointed by the president, and the president does not have to abide by the parliamentary majorities. And so then you're going to have precisely that kind of conflict potential that we are facing right now, where basically Macron says to the left, I mean, screw you. So he appointed a guy named Michel Barnier, uh, and Barnier, he's from the Republican, Le Republican, which is center right. The center right is, I believe, they're the smallest parliamentary faction. I think they're like 39 seats out of like 577. Um, then you have the Macron party, which is, let's say, 150, and then I think the Rassemblement, which is which became the third largest faction, they were saying, well, okay, we would support Barnier as the prime minister, and so now there might be a coalition of all of the factions except the left, right? The left that has the plurality, the relative majority, no, not absolute, relative majority in the parliament. Um, and yeah, so it's I mean, I mean, essentially, I mean, Macron's idea is that he does not want any influence for the left whatsoever, right? Uh,
Well, I think over economic policy, I think he'd be fine with kind of them having a lot of control over cultural policy. Certainly, he supports migration relative to like the 40th percentile of the country, which I assume is a nationalist voter. So I think he's actually close to the median, probably in France.
yeah, but even for the personnel appointment, he was saying, I mean, so the largest faction within the left coalition is Mélenchon. So he's the communist, right? So
Yeah.
he was a guy who was a former socialist party, but then he switched to communist.
Which
Um,
my understanding is they no
yeah,
longer have the old commitment to planning and like nationalized industries and things like that. I mean, communism in France
yeah,
translates to like we like unions and benefits. It's I'm gonna refill this water if that's okay. I'm getting a little bit thirsty up here,
yeah, sure, no worries.
but
Uh,
basic, yeah, communism in France. I mean, I know communists. I worked in the with the civil service. You know, this I'm not speaking for the French civil service, but demographers. You know, one of the most famous demographic institutes in the world at France is at NED. Oh my gosh, the spike just fell over. But and you know, I met people where they were basically you know, affiliated with the Communist Party. My understanding is that it's not like 1970s style Euro communists where they're advocating for the government to take over, you know, the like car production or something like that. It has a very different meaning. So maybe we should try to be clear about that for Americans
yeah,
watching.
but even for those standards, I do believe that like Mélenchon is maybe a little bit further on the left side, but um he said that he did not want to become the prime minister candidate. Well, I mean, he wanted to be, but then Macron was against it. So he said, "Okay, I'm going to abstain. As long as Macron would appoint somebody from the NUPES coalition, from the overall left coalition, including appointing somebody who is like a moderate socialist, right? Uh, and it's all the more ironic because." Macron himself started his political career under Hollande, which was a socialist president.
Yes.
Um, but even that was unacceptable to Macron. Um, my guess is that he believed that, even if you have a centrist prime minister, with the he would still need to receive the backing of Mélenchon in the parliament, and therefore that candidate would be beholden to Mélenchon, and eventually Mélenchon would still be directing the economic policy of the government. Um, and so ultimately, so okay, so if you look narrow Machiavellian perspective, right? So if it comes to the preservation of political power in what you might call the centrist neoliberal consensus, which Macron represents, um, then yeah, I think what he's doing, you could say, is a smart thing, right? But then, if you truly believed in like the proper democratic process, small d democratic process, um, I think what he's doing is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
Um, and
What about this? We should get concrete. What about this violates democratic norms?
well, so okay, again, so NUPES, that the left coalition, they have received the plurality of,
Yes.
well, both the vote and the seats,
Yeah.
and I think that well, what should have happened for the remainder of Macron's term, another maybe 3 years or so, is a cohabitation is what is the French term, where you appoint the prime minister from the left party, and you would have a coalition government with the Macron party, right? So both of these factions together, they would have a comfortable majority, um, and yeah, and so and then there would be some compromises that that would happen. I mean, yeah, it would be a coalition government. I mean, the left party would not be able to push their entire agenda. Um, and yeah, but for some reason, I don't think that they have this consensual political culture like the German speaking countries, like in Germany and Austria and in Switzerland for sure. They have that system of broad like electoral coalitions. Um, yeah, they've never developed this culture as much, and so basically, I mean, in their political system, I mean, they are stuck at an impasse, and and there's no way out for them, right? Um,
Well, so my feeling is like basically they could break the cordon sanitaire. I mean, you said that they're going to exclude the far left or the Communist Party, but they're probably also going to try to. I'm sure they're going to exclude all of like National Assembly. So, is it possible? Are people allowed to do partial coalitions where we'll take the farthest left of the National Assembly and then the farthest right of the socialists and make something like this? Can you do things like this or not really?
well, I mean, so I do believe so in politics. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever you want. I mean, effectively. I mean, but you would have to get the buy-in, because again, so the NUPIS coalition. I mean, it is a broad coalition. I mean, there are many people within NUPIS that hate Mélenchon, right? They were basically they were holding their nose effectively because um well because the people in the left, which includes Mélenchon as well as the centrist left, they did not want the Le Pen party to sweep the parliament, right? So that's the reason why the people on the left they were holding the nose in the electoral coalition, and they were able to get a significant number of the seats. Um, but but so far, I mean, look, I mean, even if I was like center left, right, within the NUPIS coalition, I don't believe that it is rational to um to then split apart from Mélenchon and to then like jump on with the Republican and with Macron. Um, yeah, maybe some people within NUPIS they might be open to that, but I haven't seen much of that happening. I think that many in the center left, I think that they were hoping that they would have a much more significant influence in the government. It's certainly more than they're having right now, because right now they're completely locked out of the power. I mean, the only way how the center left could participate in the government is if they vote in favor of the prime minister candidate Barnier, and it would be like a supply and confidence arrangement. But then they wouldn't be part of that government, right?
Yeah, so I'm looking it up now, and it seems that basically in Wikipedia, the French Communist Party is listed as the regular left, and then the far left is Lutti Ouvrier, which I guess is a Trotskyist communist party, the New Anti-Capitalist Party,
Yeah,
and
there were a lot of parties in that
yeah,
NUPIS
yeah, yeah,
coalition.
yeah, the Ecologists and Socialist Party and La France, Insoumise. I guess this is
So
Mélenchon's
he says
party.
Mélenchon, yeah.
Yes. So interestingly, Mélenchon, I guess he was supported by the French Communist Party, but I think his official party is La France Insoumise, often abbreviated as FI or LFI. So here's a question. Why doesn't Macron just call elections again? Is the idea that he thinks he would like lose even more power? Like what stops him from rolling the dice a third time?
Yeah, well, maybe he eventually will do it again. Maybe he will do kind of like half-assed with the current arrangement, with
Yeah.
Barnier, and then
Italy, this happens quite often. You go 6 months, can't make a government, roll the dice again. Maybe that's kind of the fate of France.
that's right. That's potentially. I mean, like I think he has that option open. I don't think there's any limitations as to how many elections can be called by the president. Um, but he made the original mistake. I mean, is his former prime minister Attal, that's the young guy that was the prime minister, and he was controlling a minority government. Um, so without any coalition support from the other parties. And actually, he was the one who was against the snap election, because he knew that his party was going to lose a lot of seats, and he was right ultimately. I mean, the Macron coalition used to be the biggest party, and now they're number two, but quite uh, strongly diminished. Yeah, so if Macron does it again, I think his party will lose even more. Um, and so I mean, my take is, I mean, that he has got to bite the bullet. I mean, he has to appoint somebody from Lupus, and he's got to negotiate a coalition between his party and the Lupus. Um, and and so the so-called like left-wing radical program. Oh my God, what's going to happen with the French economy? And I mean, I'm not that concerned about it, because again, it's going to be a coalition government, right? I mean, like the it's not going to be like everybody will receive candy, all the social welfare will be provided, all of the things will be subsidized for the French people. I don't think it will get to that level, right? So there will have to be compromises that need to be made, um, but it might not be in the French political culture, right? Like this idea of like we're going to sit down and have coalition governments. It's not in the French political DNA. I mean, usually what happens is that they
Us.
wait for
So we were talking. Sorry about this.
a powerful king like Napoleon, right? And and if Napoleon does a great job, then he can rule for another day. And if he does a terrible job, then the French people will be marching down the Bastille and they will chop his head off, right? I think that's kind of uh, that's the French way of doing things.
So Macron had that kind of political power early on. And then more or less what happened? I mean, is it really my impression, and I spent some time in France, is basically that it was 100% to do with the raising of the retirement age, which he felt was like a fiscally just the responsible thing to do. Is there anything else like in your observation that's driving just to turn this around, that's driving the French political electorate to the left?
Well, so the retirement is definitely an issue, like raising the retirement age. But also like you remember in the first term, right? So when Macron came in, and there was, and I think he did like the similar marketing messaging as Barack Obama, right? Which is like hope and change and whatever. And so and people didn't have a clear idea about like what he actually stood for, right? So there was kind of like young guy, friendly face, and please support me. And so that was how he got into power. And then he implemented a policy which he did not campaign on, right? So there was no broad-based electoral mandate. It was about, I think it was the diesel tax, right?
I
Where he was
see.
He was basically saying that, well, we've got to manage this ecological transition into a low carbon future. Which I mean, it's not so much of a problem in France anyway because of nuclear energy anyway. But nonetheless, I mean, they wanted to accelerate that shift over to low carbon future, um, funded by the diesel tax, right? And the thing is that if you look at the electoral map, right, all of the constituencies that Macron had won, right, like basically the affluent areas of Paris
Yeah.
and some of the other metropolitan regions in France. Um, those people didn't care a whit about increases in the diesel tax, right? The people that were going to be harmed by it were the 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 lower middle class living in the suburbs and having to commute with the diesel cars into
Farmers.
into the cities. Um, yeah, and that was part of the Gilets jaunes protests. Um, and that went on for a couple of months. And the
I see.
protesters won, so Macron did back down. Um, and he went on his like grand apology tour through the country. Um, but it's interesting because even after Gilets jaunes, that Macron was still able to win re-election in 2022,
Hmm.
um, with a diminished majority. I mean, the first time around he got 67%, I want to say, and then the second time it was about 55%. Um, each time he was running against Le Pen,
Yeah.
right,
And the runoff.
in the runoff, yeah. And in each time it was again like the fear mongering, right? So okay, you don't want you know like the right wing party, like they're gonna throw out all the immigrants, they're going to do Frexit, right? Leaving the European Union. Um, yeah. So and the fear mongering, I mean, in each case it worked. Now, I mean, but every time, I mean, with a diminished majority, right? Like
Yeah,
with
my feeling is
diminished
basically
margin.
that this is like a good strategy. If you were a neoliberal and basically you want to, you know that you have to make unpopular cuts or unpopular tax increases, then the thing to do is to try to run against the far right. I think that Mitterrand pioneered this strategy in the 1980s. He had to move the country away from the central planning stuff and nationalizations, moving from a situation where you have a nationalized company to one where you have a regular union bargaining and regular public sector union. I think that's a little bit unpopular, certainly for the workers involved. And although he led the left to power, so he was beloved, but I think he also did strategic moves to make it so that his opponent would be, the what were they called back then? The Front National or whatever. Yeah, I think they were called
Yeah,
National Front.
for yeah, the
Yeah, yeah,
National
yeah.
Front, yeah, the Front
Yeah, and I
National,
think
yeah.
by making them his opponent, that can make it very easy, much easier for the left to act in a fiscally responsible way while making the voters kind of accept it. Because at the end of the day, those kinds of cultural values, I think, are just much more powerful when it comes to the middle of the electorate than this kinds of bread and butter stuff. Especially as countries get richer, I think people vote more and more based on their cultural affinities and like what they feel kind of close to than they do about things like the pocketbook. I think that's to National Front's detriment, right? Because I see Le Pen and she's trying to move to the center on many of these pocketbook issues, saying, "Well, I'm not going to raise the retirement age or something like that." And I just wonder, like, how many voters does that actually win over? Because I think the cultural stuff is really what matters. I mean, I can't argue with success. I mean, ultimately, she's been, achieving a greater and greater share of the electorate in every election. I think starting from 2002, it's just a straight line upwards as far as I can tell. But I just don't think that that's going to be a long run winning strategy because people love this kind of cultural affinities much more than they care about the pocketbook at any given time. I mean, right now, Kamala Harris is leading in all the national polls. She's winning on electoralvote.com. She's winning on I think on Real Clear Politics, the only pollster who's predicting that Trump is likely to win is actually Nate Silver, which again puts him in the minority. He thought Trump was most likely to win in 2016. And he thinks again Trump is most likely to win. But certainly that's a minority perspective. And I'm very inclined, I'm really more of a fundamentalist. I tend to like the FAIR model, and the FAIR model predicts that Kamala will win a healthy share
Well,
of.
was it Lichtman? Lichtman from UPenn? Was that the guy
I think
who?
he's from American
Oh,
University now.
American University. Okay.
Yeah, maybe he got his PhD from UPenn years ago,
Yeah.
but no, Lichman stuff is strange. I mean, I actually I started hearing about that from Twitter and from Google, and people are texting me about this, and I looked into it, and he did his own like quantitative historical stuff. The keys to the White House is the only idea he had that really caught on to the mainstream. But if you look him up on Google Scholar, he has a bunch of strange papers applying like kind of alternatives to regression analysis, such as they were, that are like along the lines of what he does for elections, but like to all kinds of like historical topics. Like he published in the Journal of Interdisciplinary History and things like that. None of that stuff caught on. The only thing he ever did that caught on was the keys to the White House stuff. And I mean, I have kind of a mainstream quantitative political science perspective on that. I'm not going to say what I think. I think Silver is a more reliable thing. And I think Ray Fair at Yale, I really like what he does. I think that the idea of like, okay, we should come up, he has the best, what are called fundamentalist models. So as an introduction for people who don't know, fundamentals models don't try to take in polling information. They try to take in information about the economy, the incumbent party, maybe what the incumbent party won by last time, and they ignore all the polls. And the interesting thing is that these kinds of fundamental models are being challenged. I think there's two ways in which they're being challenged this election cycle. First of all, they're being challenged because who's really the incumbent? Um, it should be you. Is it the party that's the incumbent, or is it the person that's the incumbent? It's actually kind of hard to tell. Like, how do you operationalize this variable? And it actually matters. There's several cases in history in which the party was the incumbent, but the person was not. And in those cases, the party tends to lose. So off the top of my head, it'd be LBJ, it would be Gerald Ford, it would be let's think. There's a few other cases that are like this. It would be Al Gore. And in those cases, the party was the incumbent, but the person was not. And in those cases, basically, they lost the next election in some way. Now they may, popular vote, it's not clear, like or won the popular vote, but those are
So
challenging.
Harris would not be considered the incumbent in this
Yeah,
case.
well, under one definition, she would not. Under another reasonable definition, she would. So, how do you operationalize that variable? It's a challenge, I think. The second thing is, I think there's been so much demographic change over time that some of these models' assumptions about like how the economy affects the voting behavior, I think, are just not going to bear out. So, to give an example, I don't know. Like many of the boomers are retirees, so I don't know like how sensitive are they to economic conditions. My feeling is that if the only thing you care about is inflation because you're on a fixed income, that's going to be the only thing that matters for you. It's not going to be the overall rate of economic growth or employment. On the other hand, like I don't know how sensitive like African American female voters are going to be to economic conditions when basically they're seeing someone like them for the first time on stage, and that's the demographic group that in the last year has registered the most, that has increased their party registration at the fastest rate over 2020 through 2023. So my perspective is that a lot of this kinds of demographic change are going to make these fundamentalist models like wrong with time if you don't adjust for it in some principled way. And then the second thing is I think they're going to have challenges operationalizing the incumbent correctly. But they basically predict that Kamala wins the overall popular vote handily. And I think that that's going to have like severe implications for, the next election cycle because Kamala has no policy platform. She's announced exactly one policy, which is this kind of, capital gains tax increase. It wasn't put on the website. It was like kind of floated. I don't know if it's going to wind up on the website. But what that tells me is that going forward, I think a lot more of politics is going to be kind of based on vibes and culture. The Democrats are kind of converging to the Republican style, where my understanding is that Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, candidates like this have actually fired basically all of their policy staff. And they've entirely become offices that are dedicated. And there was a gentleman in a wheelchair, I can't remember his name. He also was another one who I'd heard had done this strategy of like firing all of his like policy staff and having people who were only doing memes basically online. And that was what the office was for. And they try to get reelected this way, and they let the party set the policy. And the party, policy set by you don't even know, like lobbyists and people like this. And my feeling is that the Democrats are going to be converging to this style too. Republicans have reached its apogee, I think, in 2020, where Trump was running for reelection. Nothing on his website. He had no policy platform. This year, to his credit, there's like something you can click on that has like, hey, look, the RNC, these are my principles. And I think they did that specifically to deal with the abortion stuff because abortion's like a politically nuclear issue for Republicans. I think they're just going to be wiped out if they have any candidate who's like deeply tied to the strict pro-life cause. I just think they're just going to get cooked. So I think they had to do something like that to like maintain a possibility of being in the election. But Kamala, I think, feels that she can run entirely just on cultural affinities, and I'm not sure she's wrong. I mean, that's my perspective. I need evidence. We'll see, but
Cultural
my
affinities, you mean like, oh, she's the first black woman,
yeah, and
also
she's
Asian
being
American.
friendly and affable and charismatic and likable. I mean, there's nothing. I think that those are all like strengths that are legitimate. And you might be anti-identity politics, but I think you just have to admit that this is a woman that many people are going to find likable and friendly, and you have to find a way to deal with it. That doesn't mean that she's going to be competent or intelligent or that the policies are going to be good or anything like that. I'm not saying she's not those things, but I'm saying that we have to kind of, as social scientists, assess these things like independently. And I think that some of those factors are going to be very much weighing in her favor when people go to the voting booth this November. I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I mean, just on the polling and what's going to happen in the election, I mean, my take is that, I don't trust the polls. I want to wait until the election results, because for me, this whole argument that, Harris has the election backed up, I mean, it kind of gives me these like 2016 vibes, right? I mean, it's like Hillary Clinton. I mean, like basically, I mean, she had her victory speech written out,
Yeah,
and she had never actually considered like a concession speech, right? So she had to kind
yeah,
of scramble that together, whatever.
yeah,
And she was already like in the days before the election. I mean, she was calling up people, hey, do you want to serve in my cabinet and things like that. So, um, and I'm a little bit concerned that, I mean, if the Democrats are trying to give off that vibe that uh you know that they have the election secure in the bag, which clearly is not the case. But on the issue of like the policy sides, I mean, I'm also very concerned about the emptiness of the political candidates. And then also like the proposal that like Harris put forward, like the one-off things really, where she said, "Oh, we need to control the prices of like in grocery stores or something like that," right? Um, where okay, so she says that like now that the inflation, that the food inflation has come down now, so I mean it's, let's say, a little bit less than 3%. Yeah, I mean it's maybe still higher than it was before, but still, we're coming close to the baseline at this point, right? Um, and now she wants to talk about, well, we've got to control the prices. I don't know. I mean, so there's a little bit of this, very short-term gimmicky kind of approach. Um, and yeah, and I suppose maybe as academics, I mean, we're kind of idealists. I mean, we think that, there should be like a grand, well-defined strategy. There should be a well-defined plan as to what people want to do when they are in power. I do think that, like, for instance, in the current Biden Harris, I mean, there were some good things that came out of it. So I think that, um, you know, Inflation Reduction Act, alternative energy investment, semiconductor investment. I, I, I think that many of these investment programs do make a lot of sense. Um, and then also, I mean, in terms of the foreign policy, I mean, like, I would consider myself more of a peacenik, but I had to bite my head after the, onset of the Ukraine war. I mean, I'm very much in favor of the military-industrial complex and, what they do to stop the Russian aggression. So, yeah, so on some of these policies, yeah, I think on the big policies, it looks like, the Biden administration has been holding a steady ship, and um, and and then people are concerned, oh, Harris is going to be, if she does not speak off of the teleprompter, that she's not going to be competent enough to answer journalist questions and so forth. For me, that seems to be a very minor concern, um, because it's like where it's like Biden or Harris in charge. I do think that, like, they are, like, how would I say this? They're professional politicians, right? So they usually appoint the advisors and they make most of the actual policy decisions, right?
Yeah, so you vote for the party, not for the person. This is a common logical, argument that people make.
Yeah.
Um,
So
yeah,
that's why, I mean, also, like, when, okay, if Biden was rolling around like in a wheelchair looking like a corpse, for the same reason, I think there were many people who were like, well, we can gloss over that because there were other people that were running the government, quite frankly, right? And like there was no point at which, like, like U.S. national security or economic stability was threatened because of Biden's mental state, right?
I feel
Um,
that that's a reason not to run the 25th Amendment on Biden, but I don't feel that that's a compelling reason. I do feel that, if your candidate is incoherent, that would be a minor. Like if it were Trump versus Biden, I would see that as a minor advantage for Trump. I think that I tend to put more stock in individuals than I do in the organizational capacities. And I do think that ultimately, if it's a candidate who really does have dementia and it's just very, very obvious, and another candidate who does not have dementia at the moment, but will have dementia in the future, maybe you still want the candidate who will have dementia in the future. I'll leave it at that. I think that would be a sincere concern for a voter. I don't put as much stock in the party apparatus because you
yeah,
need
so
so,
for sure, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
now
yeah,
now nobody talks about, like, age of the candidate as being a major concern. So I
yeah.
mean, it's good that this was,
Yeah,
moved
resolve
out
that.
of
Yeah,
uh,
I also agree.
out
I
of
think it's better for the country what the Democrats did.
yeah, but still, I mean, I would say that in terms of the legitimacy of the process, I think there still is an issue, right? Where I mean, essentially, so when Biden stepped back and then he tells the Democratic delegates who already were, on the Biden side, and he told them that they should vote for Harris, which they have done, right? Um, and I do think that there's a legitimacy issue there, right? I mean, I think what should have been done is, you do like a one-day national primary, right? And it's going to be open and contested, so you can have, like, Robert Kennedy. I mean, might probably
Yeah,
even
I agree.
returning.
I think
Um,
that would be obviously better, but I think as well there is a way of challenging. If you think that the legitimacy issue is serious, then you can vote for, Cornel West, or you can vote for the Green Party. I think that those kinds of protest votes really matter. They certainly mattered in the year 2000. They mattered in the year 2016. They mattered in the year 2020, where, if you were to take all the third party votes, I'm not sure if they sometimes matter in the congressional elections, where if you take all the third party votes and you transfer them in some way, then you can, make the electoral college at least closer. I think in 2000, you just obviously reversed the election. So I think that there's still scope for expressing those kinds of concerns in the next electoral cycle, even though you've missed out on your first best chance. Would be, I think, a one day primary would be the best, but I also don't think, I think from the Democratic Party perspective, they would say, well, most Democrats are happy with Kamala. She appears to be on her way to a relatively easy election victory. And that's the end of that. And that is the legitimacy. You have a primary and you had the general. And it was the vice president who was chosen by Biden. So they would say this is what our party rules allow for. We could make it more democratic. That's true. But and I agree with I think your idea is better than what they ended up doing, but I don't know that it's
Um,
going to be a major concern. I think if it was, the way to express that would be in the general election. And I don't think people are going to do that. I guess I don't think people are going to do that, so I don't think most people think it's a big deal. That's my take. Yeah.
yeah, right. I mean, but still, I think so. This is, like especially the Bernie Sanders argument, right?
Yeah.
Which is that, there was something within the process of the Democratic Party where they absolutely want to quash any, you could say insurgency or basically anybody who's like outside of that uh, agreed upon establishment,
Yeah.
and where, you know, Bernie Sanders, I mean, he had about 45% of the vote, and that was for both 2016 and 2020, right? And there were some, at the primary stage, there were some ballot shenanigans that were happening, which I think did drop his support somewhat. Um, and so and the party establishment, they did the best to keep um Bernie out, and they just kept going with it, right? Now, look, I mean, I don't agree with the Tulsi Gabbard perspective, right? I mean, she used to be one of the Democratic Party bigwigs, and then once she lost her seat, now she's endorsing Trump. I think that's I think that's going too much in the other direction. I don't agree with her viewpoint either. Um, but certainly I think there are serious legitimacy concerns, uh, within the Democratic Party. Um, and I mean, it's essentially like then you rhetorically, I mean, you are in deep trouble, right? Because for Trump, I mean, you might say that he's still part of the establishment to some extent because he wants to give tax breaks to rich people, right?
Yeah.
And he wants to help the well-heeled people and stuff. Um, but in terms of but that's of course not how he positions himself, right? Right. I mean, the way how he, I mean, so you have this Project 2025, right, which was the Heritage Foundation agenda, and Trump, feigns ignorance, right? He says, well, I have nothing to do with Heritage Foundation. I know nothing about their agenda. Um, I don't think that's true. I mean, I think that he does want to elevate those, conservative policy intellectuals to high office if he gets elected. Um, but the way how he presents himself to the public, right, is like as a showman, right, as somebody who picks up the whatever the cultural grievances are of his supporters, right? So as you mentioned, I mean, abortion might not be the topic that will get him political capital, but um, well, the border, right, immigration. So going back to the original topic, like he thinks that like exploding the border topic is going to and migration is going to get him over the line. Um, and and then and then the second would be like anti-establishment, right? Like anti-Democratic Party, anti-Biden, Harris, etc. Um, and I, and unfortunately, I mean, with the discussion that we just had 10 minutes ago, right? With I think not so democratic processes within the Democratic Party, it would feed the argument that Trump is making. And the people that are unhappy with the status quo, for whatever reason, I mean, it could be about inflation, could be about migration, whatever the source of discontent is, um, I do believe that that portion of the electorate will be receptive to the Trump message. Um, and will it be enough to win the swing states for him? I mean, that's why I think that the election is open ended, in my view, right? Uh,
I think that there is a possibility of surely it's like, not Kamala's to lose. I think that she does have the edge for sure, is my basic belief, because I think if you look at the states that Biden won last time, like Georgia, I think that if she gets Georgia, it's like already like very, very challenging map for basically for Trump. So he would need to basically sweep up Pennsylvania, which has been kind of difficult for Republicans. He would need to sweep up Michigan. I don't think he's going to get Michigan. I don't think he's going to get Wisconsin. And so I just think that it's some of these places are just not going to be swing states going forward. In the same way, California stopped becoming a swing state after a while because of the demographic transition and because basically there was a party kind of realignment where the Republicans became the party of the maybe less educated voters. And eventually you lose the ability to do kinds of basic organizational tasks. So I'm very sympathetic to the argument that's made by it's a Twitter account called at Tracing Woodgrains, where he points out that it's very, very difficult for Republicans to like maintain organizations anymore because of educational polarization. And I think that that has like serious consequences for being able to like run candidates in every district and maintain fundraising without being corrupt and do things like this and be able to run institutions and organizations. It's just going to be very, very challenging for them going forward. And I think that if Trump is elected, I would say he's very, very likely to be like the last Republican president for a very, very long time because of the polarization of the electorate. Many of the milestones that lead people to become conservative, like marriage and children, are not happening for the millennial generation. I think the Hispanic shift right is actually relatively small in the grand scheme of things. And if it winds up being that even 45% of Hispanics are voting for Republicans, that means in equilibrium, the very, very high levels of immigration that we expect going forward are just going to typically cost Republicans more elections than they gain. And that means that it's going to be hard for them to hold on to Congress. So I also think that there's many, many electoral reforms that could happen that would be very devastating for them. Just to give an example, if they abolished the electoral college, they would have lost all of the elections except for '04, and they wouldn't have had W in the first place. So I just think that's going to be very, very challenging map for them, certainly starting this year, but the difficulty level is going to increase every year thereafter. Even with the inflation stuff, I mean, the inflation levels of the Biden administration were something like 8%. Home ownership for young people's down. And the cultural issues are just so strong that I think most of these voters are tilting this way. There are like weird things happening involving gender polarization as well. I'm not sure where that's going to go, but my perspective is that if you polarize it so that women vote more left and men vote more right, women vote more. And so that's actually a winning strategy. That actually strengthens your hand if you polarize gender along those lines. So if I were the left wing party, I would be doing everything I could to make abortion the most salient kind of issue, kinds of women's choice, ideas about misogyny in the workplace, that kind of thing. I think that would be a big deal going forward because it would more or less polarize the electorate on grounds that would favor me because men simply don't vote. So on average, so those I think are going to be trends that going forward are just overwhelming and kind of difficult. And so that's my earlier comment about Ray Fair's model is that I don't think it's going to work that well because I don't know who these voters are that are responding to economic conditions anymore. That's an open question. Even in 2022, there were predictions based on like the economic crisis that was occurring from 2020 2021 of like a red tsunami, people were saying. And if you look at what happened, Senate wound up about equal. They took back the House with a narrow majority of 5 or 6 seats, and I think that's going to be kind of a recipe for the future going forward.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I mean, right now, I mean, you might make the argument. I think that the economy is still doing okay. You know, and also like one interesting thing. I mean, like if you drive your car, I mean, you'll notice it that I mean the gas prices are hovering around like $3, like a little bit of like 3.10 or something. So, and I think that until election, it's probably going to stay this way, right? So, I think there's great sensitivity by the political elites as to like you know not wanting to upset the voters too much, especially around the election season. Um, yeah, I mean one concern, I mean that is raised by the right wingers, is yeah they're saying well whatever this population replacement argument, right, where they're like, okay, look at all these migrants that are coming in, and um and the voters are getting imported. But I mean, but if you're not a citizen, I mean, you don't have voting rights, right? So, I mean, like even I get like you know the election board registration, but I'm not going to act on it. I'm not a citizen here, so um, so I think I mean there are, I think in that sense, I mean, there's quite clearly this fear mongering that's going around from the right wing, um, regarding, like are the migrants an electoral threat, so to speak. Um, you know, it also it depends like whether there is a path towards like regularizing migration. So people that came here through the undocumented means, um, like is a pathway to citizenship given to them. Because my impression with this, whole DACA thing is that no, we're just going to do something temporary until Congress passes some kind of legislation to allow for regularization. Um, but yeah, I mean, it looks to me like, I mean, there's a minimum consensus, political consensus, to satisfy the business community, which wants to have a large number of migrant inflow, um, and also to satisfy the nativists who don't want to give out citizenship, right? Um, so it's and that seems to be a workable political consensus, which I find to be terrible. I mean, I think I think there should be a path to citizenship, right?
Yeah, so I agree that I think there should be a path to citizenship, but I also say that undocumented immigration I think is extremely unpopular right now. So I think even Kamala Harris has said that we're going to be building a wall. I mean, it's not on our website, so who knows? One of the advantages I think of this kind of vibes-based election is she could say anything, and if it's not presented to you in news, you'll just forget. And that's how most people are. And someone should actually collect. They should be building like, what is the Kamala Harris platform? Actually, that would be a convenient website to have it all on, instead of it just showing up in a news article and you don't know, did she take that back or what? But she said that she's interested, that at some point they're interested in reducing undocumented migration. When it comes to the migration issue, I'm really thinking about a paper by Perry et al. And so the paper is on immigration and what the effect is of immigration on voting patterns. And basically, what he finds is, and this is the political impact of immigration, evidence from the United States, Maida, Perry, and Steingress. And what they find is essentially that's an American Economic Journal, Applied Economics, is that high skilled immigrants decrease the share of Republican votes, while low skilled immigrants increase the share of Republican votes. But on net, no area of the US had a net Republican advantage from the existing patterns of migration because most immigration to the US is relatively low skill in these kinds of models. So the electoral logic, I think, for Democrats is super clear that you really want to have as many migrants being naturalized as possible. You want to have as many migrants as possible, and then some of them will just be naturalized over time. And then that creates an electoral advantage. And one channel is just that the migrants themselves might say that America is a crazy right-wing country relative to their own countries, certainly on economic matters. It has very open labor markets. Some people say our welfare state is less generous. I would maybe contend that a little bit, but that could be their opinion. And so they might vote to change that. And the second dimension is that they might feel that Republicans are especially hostile to immigration and be responding, in their opinion, totally rationally to that kind of thing. And the Democrats are more welcoming. And that legacy would take, decades to undo. I don't think it could be done in a single election. I think even part of the Hispanic shift to Republicans is not so much a shift in sort of Republicans' immigration position, but Hispanic assimilation. I mean, something that I've noticed as well is that some of the Hispanic shift to Republicans and some of the maybe changing attitudes of the Republicans themselves are being generated into the by the border crisis. So I think a lot of the location of Hispanics that are shifting right is like directly along the Mexican border. There was a famous candidate who ran for office. She was a Latina, and she basically, she had 4 kids. She ran as a Republican, and she took one of the seats in the House of Representatives or something like that. Maybe her name was Maya Flores, something like this. And it was like indistinguishable from like a regular Republican candidacy in terms of the rhetoric and what was going on. And basically, what's happening is they feel, I think some of the residents there are assimilating into the regular American norms and the regular ideas about being threatened by immigration, which I think is like both surprising in some ways and unexpected in others. I mean, it's surprising in the sense that it's Hispanics, and you imagine most of the immigrants are Hispanics, there should be Finnies, but it's unsurprising, I think, in the sense of the fact that many of the Ellis Island immigrants would their grandparents and kids would come and turn around and vote against immigration like a few decades later. So you take someone, who's Italian in the 1960s, has very fond memories of Ellis Island. That same voter by the year 2000 is, pulling the lever for W. Bush, who is campaigning on like some kind of immigration restrictionism as a part of that platform, or Trump. Years later, I think of Italian Americans for Trump, Irish Americans for Trump. A lot of those people are from the Ellis Island fraternity, and as just part of the assimilation process, they forget their own journeys or think that the immigrants today are different somehow, and then that becomes part of that becomes part of their electoral voting identity. And I think one possibility is that the same thing is happening for Hispanics, particularly long settled Hispanics. Nonetheless, from the Democratic Party's perspective, if you have many Hispanics that are not long settled, it seems like it's pure electoral advantage for you. I don't see any kind of flaw in the logic. I would certainly be doing that if I were running for office.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, in terms of like narrow self-interest, I mean, like if you're second, third generation, I think it makes sense to like, pull up the drawbridge for other
Right,
people,
right.
because once you become naturalized, then you s- then you
Yeah,
have to you have to think like a local because like you're going to be sending your kids to the local schools. You don't
sure.
want the local school resources to be overwhelmed by accommodating too many new migrant kids, right? And or you don't want to be waiting in line at the hospital because there are a lot of migrant patients. Or I mean, so this perception of competition for resources, um, and that certainly, I mean, it's much more strongly developed also if you are downwardly social mobile, right? So if you think you're on the escalator downstairs, um, then well, then I think you would be more receptive to this, scapegoating, right? So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
well, okay, well, you're worse off, well, because the migrant came to take your opportunities. I was thinking, I mean, in Germany, they had the regional elections in the two East German provinces, in Saxony, and Thuringia. And so these are two East German provinces, and they are on average. they're poorer than the West German provinces, the states. Um, and that's also the locations where the centrist parties are doing very poorly, right?
Yeah.
So it's the AFD that won the election. I believe that CDU was the second, and then the third was the BSW, which is the Sarah Wagenknecht, who was a former left-wing politician in Germany, and now she's kind of like, well, she mixes economic left-wingism, right? Kind of like this communist legacy with cultural right-wingism, which is anti-migrant,
Mm,
because there has been an increase in migration. And then the third is like the foreign policy, which is, pro-Russian for the most part, right? So well, not explicitly pro-Russia, but it's like, we need a ceasefire, right? Like, we shouldn't be
yeah,
dumping
yeah,
more into the Ukraine war. Um, and yeah, and in those positions, I mean, how much did you get? 15% or something? I mean, it was quite, significant chunk. Um, a party that is just purely named after her, right? I mean, there's no kind of like grand ideological, you know, uh, program that she's a part of. Um, and yeah, so I, I mean, and I think that this kind of like electoral messiness, right? Like, I think it is going to intensify. I think much more so in the European context than it would be in the US, um, because yeah. So if you look at like G7 in terms of like GDP, right? Um, I think the US is actually doing really well. I mean, if you use the G7 as the benchmark comparison, right? Um, the European countries are not doing well at all. I think they've been stagnating for about basically since about 2008. I mean, it's been quite consistent since then. Um, I mean, if you look at a country like Japan, I would say maybe I would you could probably trace it to the 1990s, even a little bit earlier. Um, yeah, there's a lot of countries where if you are in economic stasis, um, I th I think that like within the capitalist system, right? I think that the politics is just going to get much worse and worse, right? Because I mean, essentially, if you have stagnation, right, not in a feudalist system, but basically in a capitalist system where you still have to make profits, right, in the private sector. Um, but the only way how people can make a profit is usually at the expense of others, right? I mean, that's why if you have zero growth, the pie isn't growing. So, well, how do you
the
grow your own
old
pie?
Thiel argument, yeah, that when you have basically zero growth, it becomes a very dangerous system because there's a feeling of parasitism and zero sum nature in the society. And so I think you're saying that okay, Europe is there right now. Europe is
Yes.
still growing in per capita terms, though, very slow. I mean, there's a question of does it have to be zero? Is 0.5% bad enough? I think that there's that sense maybe even if it's very low growth, it's actually still very bad for democracy. I tend to agree with this actually.
Yeah. And so, okay, well, then basically, well, so if you invite this sort of like conventional economists, policymakers,
Yeah,
neoliberals and so forth, and all what they're saying is, well, we have to get back to the productivity growth. We're going to
yeah,
invest in technology, blah. I mean, these are all the conventional solutions.
yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm very friendly to the ecological case, and I believe that every year that passes, I believe that the ecologists will gain the upper hand.
Like the Green Party, or do you mean what do you mean by this?
Now, I mean, what I mean by this is that, like, do we reach a point where, like, the heat waves and the droughts and or the extreme rainfall because you have more moisture if the atmosphere gets warmer. Um, like will it get to a point where it becomes, so unsustainable to our way of living, really? And and we therefore we have to move away from this, economic growth model for building political legitimacy. Um, and yeah, and I think that we are getting closer to that, right? Um, and I'm quite concerned because we have so many people on this planet. We've got 8 billion people, and we have to somehow basically manage stagnation. And do this in a socially and ecologically sustainable way. And I do not believe that that we have got an idea of how to do that, right?
I mean, my feeling is that so far, the economic growth stuff, a lot of it seems like it's a choice. I mean, I think a little bit about the ChatGPT revolution, all these AI bots, all that stuff is like still taking off. And the EU is already trying to like regulate it and ban it and all these kinds of things, even before they know where it's going to go. Versus the US is really one of the reasons why it's continued to grow is because they just, they have a new technology and relative to the rest of the world, they let it run. And I just think that that's something that I think the social democrats of the world are going to need to deal with. I'm actually working on a project now that involves modeling the population flows out of Cuba and Venezuela. And I think they're fascinating because these are two countries that Maduro has said, he's a believer in Marxist Leninism. That's what they're trying to do. They still maintain elements of democracy. They're actually fighting now with the Communist Party, but Maduro, like more or less, is the leader of a coalition that can be described accurately as Marxist-Leninist, that's fighting for its own survival now. And Cuba has long been dedicated to these kinds of experiments, and they're both like really failing now. People are fleeing these states, and I think that one of the challenges of these states is that they don't present a real alternative when it comes to achieving kind of economic growth and meeting the people's needs. And I think that they're going to be collapsing in population terms far sooner than people think. Actually, so I have some modeling that suggests maybe preemptive to talk about it, but that it's actually similar to the expected population decline between now and then for South Korea, even though the fertility rates are much higher. Why? Because the migration rates are also much higher. And
Immigration.
so, emigration.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So very few of these Marxist-Leninist states have ever been able to achieve net immigration because people don't want to, go to these places. They're a little bit in the Soviet Union during Stalin and the Great Depression, a little bit, but beyond that, it's basically unheard of. And so I think you need to make a country that's attractive that people want to come to. I mean, my perspective is that I think the world is going to be much emptier in the future because I think populations are going to on net decline. And I think it's going to be actually a major challenge of finding places for people to live still, because there's going to be some areas that are just totally depopulated, and there's going to be other areas that are much denser. And
And
I
you
think
think
that
that the economy is going to naturally decline as a result of population decline?
yeah, totally, totally. And I think managing that's going to be very, very challenging. I think that's actually the major problem with Europe now, is I think the regulatory environment's quite bad. I think that the pension obligations are insane. They're going to need to do something about this. But I think the real problem underlying all of this is not that, but it's actually that the population decline is starting to happen. And so they're trying to make up for it. So we'll have Syrian refugees. Some of them will take jobs. They're relying on a lot of North African migration. That maybe will help a little bit on the margin. A lot of the opening up, they've emptied basically Romania, they've emptied Poland, they've emptied all these Eastern European countries are basically being allowed free migration, and that helps for one generation, and
Well,
then it
but the
stops.
Eastern Europeans themselves, I mean, they need to pull in foreigners as well. I mean, to sustain their own
Yeah, yeah.
societies.
Obviously, this is at the system level. I guess that's where this is going. Is like, yeah, at the system level, this doesn't make any sense. None of these systems survive a long run fertility rate of like 1.2, and even something like 1.6 for the US is going to be a challenge. because a lot of the social security systems rely on you having like much higher productivity levels. And it becomes hard to even maintain your productivity levels when the population is declining. And there are processes that offset it a little bit. So, one thing that happens, for instance, is that when the population declines, school educational resources become more available. So people tend to get a lot more educated. So if you think that education is linked to productivity, which I do, I have a kind of conventional opinion that's somewhat linked to productivity. So those workers are going to be somewhat more efficient, having been to college, and, learned about ChatGPT and capital and blah, blah, blah. Some of the theories we teach maybe are a little bit useful. I think another thing is, okay, so there's a little bit of less pressure on prisons. There are, I think, neo-Malthusian arguments that are like legitimate involving the scarcity of land, but a lot of the challenge is basically that many cities are not very welcoming to outsiders. And I think that the number one thing, policy priority for me personally, and I think for many people of my generation, is basically to have cities and hyper local places that are accommodating to outsiders. So I'm very much in favor of kinds of NIMBYism. I'm very much in favor of relaxing, immigration restrictions, especially for hyper skilled people. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. But even for maybe middle skilled workers, I think it's an open question. And I think doing stuff like that will take a lot of the population pressure off of large parts of the globe. I mean, we have to think about this globally. So I can imagine that one reason the ecological problem goes away is just because so many people from Latin America have left all these places and let it return to nature. I mean, what goes wrong if more and more of the population is concentrated in only a few states, and then large parts of the equator are left to nature? I don't see a major challenge to that. I mean, the challenge becomes how do you densify correctly?
Yeah, so basically, I mean, what goes faster? I mean, is it the, ecological decline, or is it the population decline resulting in economic decline? And that is indeed a big question, and empirically, I mean, it's got to play out. I mean, at the moment, I mean, the way how I read the evidence is, I'm very concerned that the ecological decline or instability that we're experiencing is going to make it very uncomfortable for us, for many of us. I mean, of course, unequally at unequal rates in different places. But that's, I mean, the acuteness of that. I mean, if we consider that, I would say, I mean, if you ignore all of the climate temperature data after 1980, right? So, I guess suppose before both of us were born, I would say that, like, if you were somewhat of a climate change skeptic, I think you might have gotten away with it, right? I mean, it's like, I mean, because the overarching rate of change before that was quite minuscule. But yeah, it's just only 4.5 decades, I mean, of data where the trend line regarding temperature, CO2, and
It's quite bad. I am familiar with
flood
this.
drought. Yeah,
And
I
the
mean,
heat waves are also bad when you group by decade. I think these are major challenges. But my perspective is that we should be thinking about climate change as a human problem. And I think that if humans don't live in these areas where heat waves are, then then it's actually quite manageable. And we should be allowing densification allows more and more of the other land to just be reclaimed by nature. So for instance, many tribes have like left the Amazon. That allows the Amazon to get denser. Many towns in America are slowly being abandoned. And then again, that reduces the ecological footprint of humanity in all of these areas. And I think that if you just allow green, trees and whatever was there before to come back, I just think it's a manageable problem actually. That's my perspective. The ecological
yeah,
decline is real, manageable. I agree it's a social problem, but I don't see it as like something where
well,
we
because for
put
you, the population decline is going to happen at a faster rate, and so,
it's not just a
um,
faster rate, but it's also like there's things you can do that reduce the ecological problem. Like if you allow people to move to the city and you build up, super high skyscrapers, then you just take huge amounts of pressure off of the suburbs and you reduce the amount of material expenditure. In fact, people have studied the material expenditure to generate like, $1,000 of GDP in the US. It's been just going straight down for the US. There's an economist who studies this at MIT. I think he's at the Sloan School, and he just does all these calculations about Eric Brynjolfsson is the guy, and he does robots too, so you might be familiar with
Yeah, I'm
his.
familiar with his work. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But he does a lot of stuff about the calculations of like how much stuff do we need to consume to produce GDP? I mean, if you think about ChatGPT, this is the big innovation. This is almost certainly going to boost productivity. I am a big AI bull.
I've
Excel.
used GPT. I
Yeah, I've
use it.
used it. It's a lot of fun. I think it's only going to get better with time. And think about the material that went into this. It was a couple hundred guys, and girls and everyone together, and they need to get paid. So some of them made bank, good. Another group of people basically needed to have servers, so it's electronics, and then that's it. And then together, this industry's already what? What? It's got to be 100, $200 billion of
Yeah,
investment.
if you invested in the Nvidia stock, I think you
Yeah.
would have made a killing out of that, right?
Yeah, 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 basically, and
Yes.
all of it is a little bit of electronics out of the ground and people. It's total. Think about how much it took to produce 100, $200 billion of stuff in like the year 1950 in terms of the machine. It would be basically you'd be having to clone GM many times and to be consuming a ton of coal from the ground, all kinds of metals and materials. And now it's basically computers, brains, electronics. I'm so convinced by this material consumed per $1,000 of GDP calculation by Bryn Jolson. Someone from the ecological declinist groups, like I know there's groups that degrowth people. They should really challenge this because for me, having read both sides, the degrowth people I think have not persuaded me that you can have a nice country or a nice life while achieving degrowth. And while the Bryn Jolson shows that you can have high amounts of growth while reducing your footprint. Now, there's a question: do you reduce your footprint enough? Someone needs to go. There's a next step of that argument to say that the footprint is.
That's why the Jevons paradox argument, I think, is
Well,
quite
yeah, yeah. So it's
significant, right?
possible that you reduce your
Uh,
footprint. It's not enough to offset the climate damage, but the very fact that the direction is negative is, I think, just so striking. And someone on the degrowth side, hey, Jason Hickel, he's a tenured professor. He has time, he has energy. He should be trying to address those kinds of arguments. Instead, I see old arguments for kind of health socialism about how the under communism in China, they achieved low infant mortality and stuff like that. I don't think that that's the
well, I mean, so
relevant margin,
the, the,
for me.
the argument about socialism, I think, is that it's much simpler in terms of the like mental heuristics that you undertake, because you don't have to come up with like fancy new technologies in order to reduce carbon footprint. You would, uh, I mean, essentially there would be a collective decline in consumption. But okay, but I will concede the point to you could say the pro-capitalistic camp, that it is uh, it is more in alignment with human nature to think of making lives easier, more convenient, more comfortable, right? We want to have more air conditioning, we want to have a bigger house, and all of these things. So
Definitely.
I think that it fits with human inclinations and human nature much more than like kind of uh like a Buddhist monk, right? So like somebody who I drape myself around this orange cloth and I live off of the scraps food donations that people on the street give me, right? I sleep on the floor, in the temple or whatever. So um it's very hard to convince people that that kind of lifestyle is desirable, right? Um and uh that's why I mean, but that's why I mean I framed the environmentalist argument more in terms of a dilemma that is hard to get out of, as opposed to, you know, a simple choice towards degrowth. Because so for instance, like, okay, green energy transition, low ecological footprint, I think it sounds all beautiful, but I'm just like, okay, what about the transition from the combustion engine to the electric vehicle, right? Um, the question that has to be addressed first is, I mean, okay, well, what is the standard of your energy grid, right? Like, are you still like within your energy grid, are you still relying upon like, coal power plants or, whatever, burning fossil fuel to some extent? That would be the first issue that needs to be addressed. And then second is, well, I mean, what is the precise resources that you would have to acquire in order to build the electric engine? I mean, even if, let's say, the total carbon footprint per miles driven, let's say, is less than the
Yeah,
combustion engine, right?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, fine. But still, I mean, there's some amount of extraction that you are undertaking, right? Some amount of mining, and then that mining is still not, uh, superbly clean.
Yeah,
If you ask the indigenous people who
yeah, agree, agree.
live
That's
there.
all true. Yeah,
Um, yeah, and so that's why, I mean, I frame it. So I will make the concession to the capitalist argument, but that, we want to live comfortable, convenient lives. But I'm just saying, everything comes at a cost. Um, and yeah, the only point that I want to again throw in, if you go to the health topic, is so part of the environmentalist movement is the vegan movement.
sure.
Um, as you might know, and they make the argument, well, we've got to cut the livestock, right?
Yeah,
Because look at, well, how much corn do we have to and wheat do we have to grow in order to feed those animals?
big issue.
And yeah, and then how much environmental pollution, CO2, methane, all of these things. But okay, does that produce? So my take is on that one is, I will go very strongly anti-vegan in this case, um, because so the figures that I've seen is that the livestock produces 4% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, maybe 3% or something, right? 3 to 4%. And you know, so for me, it's like kind of like, I became a health nut, as you might know. I mean, from the previous podcast. I mean, um, if it's very hard to make the case that in order to reduce your carbon footprint by 4%, which is, let's be honest, a drop in the bucket. It's nothing.
Yeah,
You are destroying the healths of billions of people,
uh-huh.
but by essentially making them, suffer through, a vegetarian vegan diet. Um, I think that's, I mean, that
Yeah,
seems to be
I
an
get the issue.
unacceptable
I
trade-off.
think it's a major challenge. I actually think food is one of those things where more is more, where basically as people get richer, they want a higher quality diet. And I don't know if the ecological footprint arguments apply. My understanding is that they're much bigger. The big driver of that is, first of all, richer people consume more services, and then less food and just manufactured items as a fraction of their like consumption portfolio. And then also like manufactured services just get way, way more efficient. So to take the electric car case, like the next transition would be the electric car, but then the AI powered electric car. And then instead of everyone owning a car, maybe you share a car with your household, with like the house next door, and the house next door could, because Tesla owns it. That's the globalist World Economic Forum. You'll own nothing and be happy. Well, part of the reason why I think they're pushing in this direction is because if you don't own your own products, there's a corporation that maintains their upkeep, and they have strong incentives to be as efficient with that piece of machinery as possible. And I think that that is the direction that things are probably going to go, where everything becomes kind of Airbnb-ified and for rent, and you can rent a car and you can get it for relatively cheap. And at the same time, there's fewer overall cars produced because fewer and fewer people need to own a car because they have it on demand. I think Uber is the first step of that. Tesla obviously wants to go in this direction. Waymo is trying to go in this direction in the Bay Area. So, I mean, what's wrong with this? Why do you think that that's wrong in terms of like the way forward for even an electric car to eventually reduce its footprint?
Well, I also like so for me, I suppose there's a communist that is deep buried in my heart that
Yeah,
says
yeah, yeah.
that like if we increase commodification of our life, I regard it as normatively bad. So,
Could be. Yeah,
if there was a possibility for uh people to meet their needs without reliance on the market, this is so I'm going back to the Esping Anderson, so his original definition of decommodification, which is a decrease in the reliance on the market to make a living.
yeah,
Um, I would, I mean, so for me, it's like this World Economic Forum uh, advocacy seems to be very much in the uh, maximizing commodification
yeah. I agree with this.
logic. Which,
Yeah,
look, I
yeah.
mean, like if like
I
if
mean, I
you and
agree
I
with
were
your
like
interpretation of it.
investors.
Yeah, I think that is the interpretation of where they want things to go.
Yeah, so if we were like both investors, right? If we were making like a public conference call right now,
Yeah,
then yeah, I mean, then yeah, we would be planning like how do we Airbnb the entire economy and how do we profit from this? Um, but I'm just like, I mean, I mean, as academics, I think we have a little bit more freedom to simply say that,
to be
um,
critical, to have an anti-market inclination. I think that's right.
yeah, where it's like, okay, this might not be good for people, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's like if I have to work harder and harder in order to obtain the goods and services that I need to sustain myself. Um, I don't know. I mean, so I'm so that for me is like, okay, this is clearly the problem in the capitalist system. But again, like when you bring back to Venezuela and the Cuban example, I mean, I'm like, yes, it's like if you have a comparison, right, between let's say the most capitalist society, which is, let's say the US, right, versus Cuba and Venezuela, or even if you take like let's say West Germany versus East Germany when East Germany was
yeah.
still in existence.
North Korea, South Korea is
Uh,
another.
yeah, so I would say yes. I mean the then the neoliberals are correct, right? That I mean the human heart ultimately desires freedom and economic well-being, and the capitalists are doing a much better job at it, right? I mean, you can objectively say that.
Yeah.
Um, now, okay, but then, okay, what if you live in this kind of Fukuyamian world, right? Okay, so you abstract away from the bad cases, the Venezuelas of the world, the North Koreas.
Yeah.
Um, so everybody living in a capitalist society, well, is it then still desirable to live under those circumstances? Um, can we manage it in desirable directions? And that's where my pessimism comes in. Now, I mean, but am I saying that well, capitalism is gonna collapse tomorrow? No, I think it'll probably survive for a while. Um, it will just be under circumstances that are not going to be great, right? I mean, you know, because of the environmental crisis, the severity of it, um, and yeah, and then social cohesion, right? I mean, um, because I mean, in order to sustain these, as you say, welfare states, social systems, yes, I mean, you're going to have to bring in significantly more migrants, and yeah, and part of the reason, I mean, like. like in my home country in Austria, I mean, they're going to have elections at the end of the month. And I mean, I checked last time, I think the nationalists, the kind of like our version of Le Pen and Trump, um, is at about 30%, maybe 27% in the polls. So they're number one. Um, and yeah, we're going to see this in a lot of these places, right? And it tells me that well, there's a cry for help. I mean, among the nationals in those countries, right, where they say, well, okay, we're not being represented anymore. The Durkheimian social cohesion, is very low. Um,
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Durkheim stuff, and I agree with this kind of, cooperation type of theory. On the other hand, I feel like ultimately, isn't the example set by Denmark like as efficient? Like Denmark basically said, okay, we're going to restrict new immigration for a few years, and that was enough to pull the wind out of the far right parties. And I don't understand if I see two angles for the more liberal oriented parties to go, and they're both not bad angles. One is that they can continue the cordon sanitaire and just work around the far right. And in that case, basically, they don't need to do any negotiation at all. They can just, it's anti-democratic, but most voters don't really care about democracy. And then you just muddle along and, you hope things work out. That's, I think, a solution. There's something frustrating, I think, for academics about that. I also agree. It's like frustrating to not see this conflict brought to a conclusion. But I think much of the point of politics is to avoid bringing conflicts to a head. But I think a second thing they can do is say, okay, we're going to take this one issue, we're going to lower the amount of immigration for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, and we're going to just continue on like usual. And then I think that what would the nationalists have even left? I mean, what would they do next? I mean, it's hard to imagine them having such great appeal if that particular issue was lost. I mean, what do you think of that?
like the far right being able to survive if there was no migration topic.
Well, if not, they don't even need to say no migration, but they could say we're going to restrict all low skill migration for the next 5 years. Not even indefinitely, but just for a time, for a moratorium, let's say for five, or even a temporary moratorium, 5 years. I don't think any of these parties would get that much in the next election. I mean, Denmark sets an example here. So it seems like it's a totally addressable problem. It's a minor thing. They don't have to kick out any migrants. They can, have them live their lives and assimilate, and then nothing happens. Then you can open the border in 5 years and see where the world is. I don't even understand why this is a political challenge. If I were a liberal, I'd be doing exactly that. It would be the easiest thing in the world to solve, I think.
Yeah, if you look at Canada, for instance, right? I mean, so they had the Liberal Party government for almost 10 years now under Trudeau, and he's very unpopular right now because of the issue that we talked about previous podcast, right? Where
Or they were
basically,
unwilling to build housing. I mean, this is another
yeah,
one. You could
not
say we're
enough
going to restrict.
housing, and
It's
then a
easy to
huge
solve
amount of
problem,
immigration.
actually. It's
Uh,
crazy.
well, now, there's like two adjustments that they're making, right? So on the housing supply side, they're increasing the investment, and on the migration demand side, they are curbing, as you say, the low skilled migration.
Yeah.
Um, and I think this is going to be a more workable strategy. I remember I used to write a blog post where I said in the long term, we're going to have open borders, and that's a desirable
Yeah.
outcome. But look, I mean, if now I get to write about it in the ivory tower, and I mean, if I was
Yeah.
the president or the prime minister, I would probably say that you have to respect, the boundaries of the country. Um, because I mean, ultimately, I mean, because there's the point about social cohesion, right? Where it's like, okay, you let in too many people all at once, and it could increase the social tensions. You know, again, lack of housing. We didn't build. enough hospitals and schools and stuff like that.
Competition for welfare, conflict in general. So
Yeah,
they
that's
prefer
right.
conflict
So
at the lower end of the labor market, sure.
yeah, the conflict in labor market, and also like the culture stuff, right? Where
Culture war, yep, yep,
yeah,
yep.
it's like because in
Crime.
yeah, there's also crime is an issue, yeah, and also like yeah, seeing people like if you have a lot of like Muslim immigrants, right? I mean, do you want them to
Yeah,
be
for
praying
sure.
in public and things like that? So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So there are cultural issues, cohesion, social cohesion issues. Um, it cannot be it cannot be dismissed. I would say. I think it's easier for the people who sit in the ivory tower to kind of want to dismiss it, but
Well, for us, we want unlimited immigration because we need young people to be in the classroom. So basically, we all support open borders, I think, like for very rational, self-interested reasons. Or hey, if locals, if the natives had kids, I'd be in favor of that too. I support pronatalism, open borders, all very, very good if you're an academic for keeping the demand high, for sure. Mm.
yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, so for us, I mean, we've got we're very self-interested in that way, and
Yeah.
but so as a politician, again, you have like the academics, the educated people. I mean, it's one constituency, right, among
Yeah, of
many.
course.
So
No, I get if I ran for
uh,
office, I would for sure be saying, in any country, I think in the US as well, I'd be saying, okay, we'll do a verify for Canada. I think Justin Trudeau is saying no more low wage immigration. I think it's just totally the easiest thing in the world to say and then to do. And you do it for a few years. You see if it causes problems. If it doesn't cause problems, then you rethink it. If it does cause problems, maybe you open the border again and relax it. I mean, it's a very I'm just amazed by the inflexibility. It's remarkable that globally, Justin Trudeau said, okay, we're going to reduce migration. Kamala has said we're going to reduce migration, but only one party globally has like put it into their platform, which is the Denmark Social Democrats. They've compromised, and in the others, it's like the competition, the fight to get this kind of compromise is crazy. Like in Sweden, okay, they have the Sweden Democrats. But I'm surprised why hasn't a moderate party on all these other issues just said, okay, look, we're going to put the a bar on migration for a few years, and then that's the end of the Sweden Democrats. I don't know what any of
yeah, so you
the
have
yeah
a conservative government now in Sweden,
yeah yeah
and one
yeah
of the coalition partners is the Christian Democrats, and they have quite a conservative line where I mean it includes more deportation for people that I guess criminals, right? The migrants, um, and also, but then there's also like just like rhetorical points that they're making, right? Where I'm not sure whether it's actual policy, right?
yeah
Where it's like they say, well, okay, we don't want Sharia law to be in effect, right, in
yeah.
the streets of Sweden, and I was
A
like,
reasonable ask. I mean, is this a real issue? Is there any like evidence that they're doing Sharia? I mean, I understand the concept of a no-go zone. I mean, I think that's what we would call in America like a high crime area. Okay, we have that too, but I've never heard of like any place where they're implementing Sharia or something like this.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean, so part of it. I mean, I do believe that there is some electoral politicking, right, where it's just okay. You just want to signal to your base that you are still with them, right? But it's not necessarily about like implementing real policies, I suppose. So but again, I think that these kind of cultural conflicts, I think they can be reduced um, if you bring the down the numbers of the migration, right? At least for a while until I mean, like essentially, like let's say if you grow your total population by 1% or less every year, right? I think that I think that your society can absorb it, right? I mean, both in terms of the social, like the economic infrastructure to support them, and also in terms of the maintaining social cohesion, right? Um, it's just like either you don't want to go too much above it. Uh yeah, as with anything, I mean, like, you don't want to go to the extremes, right? I mean, clearly, I mean, like the East Asian model where it's like, okay, we go very, very low on the migration. Um, because they say, well, social cohesion is absolutely the most important thing.
Sure, sure. Well, I don't
Uh,
think that's, I think even Tokyo is something like 10% foreign born. So I don't even know how sustainable that is actually. I think if Japan, which is known for having the most restrictive migration, is relaxing it, South Korea is known to have relaxed it for some time. My feeling is just that these countries will also find it unsustainable. South Korea, especially, I mean, they have extremely low fertility rates. I mean, the entire country is going to disappear in what 150 years, they're going to be at something like, less than half the size they are now. So it's going to be a major social problem going forward.
yeah, I did read an Economist article about South Korea, and they have increased the visas for foreign workers, and especially, I mean, like they have certain like high priority shortage sectors, like for instance, like old people's home, right? Like the like the social care, basically, right? That's one of the areas that, okay, they find it uncontroversial to increase the migration cap for those jobs. Um, because I mean, like the idea that like you would have old people uh who have absolutely zero caretakers. I think that's a such a morally unacceptable position that they do whatever they can to fill those labor shortages. Um, but then, I don't know. I mean, in Japan, I think they were also experimenting with nursing robots too. And I think that they are. I mean, from what I understand from Japanologist, the main idea is that, so in Shintoism, I mean, you accept the idea that a robot is a living thing, right? And so what that means at a societal level is that they would be more technology open, right? So there would be less um, societal pushback to expand the functions of robots, including for social care, for instance, right? Um, so
I think
yeah,
that's going to be so challenging to imagine a person getting along so well with a robot. I mean, I suspect that service automation in the form of automated call centers are going to do much better, I think, than a nursing home robot. I mean, it's people have done, there's actually research on this about how difficult it's been to deploy these things, and that sometimes the older people don't like them. I don't know if Japan will be different because of, like you're saying, the Shinto could be true, could be true. But my feeling is that there's ultimately, I think nursing is going to be one of the, it's actually almost every survey I know says that nursing is one of the least automatable professions. And something like call center, even programmer, is much, much more automatable. So I could see people making this transition from programmer and
because in the programming you don't need to interface with people.
yeah, yeah, exactly. The more
Uh,
stuff that you have that's FaceTime, the basically lower automatable score you get. And I don't think that ChatGPT or any of these AI systems have realistically solved that problem. They'll be doing diagnoses before they do, and certainly prognoses before they're doing anything to do with the nursing home side. That's my for sure for the US, and I honestly think for Japan as well, just because it's so much more challenging.
well, I mean, I was listening to a podcast uh, with a physician, one of those health promoters, largely living, I think, on the carnivore diet,
Mm-hmm.
and he advocates AI doctors effectively. So I mean, so the main idea is that it- uh, well, that the doctors are basically not doing a good job or good enough of a job. Maybe because they're not able to treat like metabolic syndrome diseases and things like that. And one way to go around it is, well, let's if you have, I mean, but then I think the assumption that he's making is that that AI doctors maybe also gonna be in the low carbohydrate keto and carnivore camp, which might be the assumption for his optimism, right? But but yeah, I mean, if but that would be an aspect where healthcare would be disruptive, because if you think about, so before the COVID pandemic, I don't think anybody talked about telemedicine, right?
Hmm.
Like this idea that, oh, I could have a Zoom call with my doctor, um, you know, because in many cases, I mean, like unless like he uses the stethoscope to, listen to your heart or something like that. Um, but I mean, like things like measuring blood pressure, I mean, you could do it at home, right? Like there's certain things that, um, where say, okay, I just need to interface with a doctor just to have a conversation, and he or she will answer my questions about symptoms and stuff. Um, and on that aspect, I do think that you could insert AI doctors, um, and it would be, and you could have like maybe a choice over a holistic doctor, right? I mean, somebody who thinks critically about like metabolic syndrome and what can you do about it? What can you do about type 2 diabetes and
Hmm.
all of these diseases that we're facing at the collective societal level. Um, Now, but then the flip side is like an AI doctor. I mean, so it's always like, okay, well, what is the ideological orientation of AI, right? Because we know that there's a lot of conservatives. I mean, you saw this Alexa thing, right,
Hmm.
recently, where basically the argument was that it's all like pro-democratic, right? It's anti-Trump,
There's a
which
Professor Alex Rosado who says that was true in the past for ChatGPT type systems. I don't know if that. I think they might be engineered now to be more centrist, but Rosado is the guy I would always ask. He's at like New Zealand University, something crazy. Um, yeah, but he's certainly found like AI bias in the old ChatGPT systems. He said that they were libertarian left. Let me see.
right. And so my concern, I mean, with regard to the health issue was that, well, okay,
David Rosado, just to get his
yeah,
name. Yeah,
yeah. I
yeah.
mean, if because like there's an official recommendation, right? The official recommendation is basically a Mediterranean diet. Do your whole grains, your fruits and vegetables,
Mhm.
and your poultry and your fish, right?
Yeah, the old Blue Zone diet. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the blue zone diet, the Mediterranean diet, and that's the mainstream diet, right? Um, and if you implemented an AI doctor who pushes the mainstream Mediterranean diet, okay, well then okay, then I would have a problem with AI doctor. So it's really about like, okay, well, what, how is this thing being programmed? And i- because ultimately, like, this is like, what Weber talked about is, with value ethics, right? There's always something that there's like an action that we undertake, right? Um, and then there is a purpose. There's an end to that action, right? Um, and are the ends of the AI doctor really in alignment with maximizing health, or is it about basically maximizing the profits for the pharmaceutical companies, let's say.
A rough approximation, the AI doctor is going to be copying whatever regular doctors do. I mean, that's the hope, and then also the tragedy of AI is that it's hard to get it to go beyond human performance, in most cases, because most of these AI systems are essentially like learning from data. Data is from the best humans. The best you can hope for is to be about as good as the best humans at something. I mean, so that's a problem, I think, for diagnoses where it's going to be very difficult for it to learn that much from mistakes that have been made. Okay, if he died, the doctor could have been wrong in any number of ways, and it takes a real genius, I think, to figure that out. And I don't know if any of the systems that are currently being used can actually do that. That's my take. I mean, if certainly ChatGPT is like this, where it doesn't do anything, really, if it's not something that's been talked about on the web, or even if it is on the web but a little bit obscure, it tends not to know what to do. So I asked ChatGPT 4, it's the most powerful system, to write out the population projection matrix. It can't get it right. I asked Claude 3.5 for write out the population projection matrix. Can't get it right. This is a textbook thing, but it's actually quite obscure. As far as I know, I read 10 or 12 demography textbooks in my life, and there's only like one that I know of that prints out the full projection matrix, which is the third edition, maybe the second edition too, maybe the first edition as well, but certainly the second and third I've looked at of applied mathematical demography by Keyfitz, and then the third one is co-authored with Caswell, and that has the full projection Leslie matrix, which is used for population projections. It's not available. It's described actually in a lot of textbooks, but it's not presented in full because it's complicated and tedious and quite difficult to understand. Even I myself, it's like, what's going on here? But you have the reference, and so the reference is out there. And in principle, you can reconstruct it from calculus. That's kind of the idea. ChatGPT can't reconstruct it from calculus. I've never seen it be able to do that, including like pinging it like 20 times, because it can do quite advanced math in the sense that it's like clearly following some kind of like proof or like kind of algebra tree. It still makes errors at calculus, but it tries. And if you ping it enough time, probabilistically, it will often do reasonably well. And I just could not get it to reconstruct this like very, very commonly used tool, which is not presented explicitly, but only ever described. So I'm not so sure that they'll be able to do that well. I think that again, the future of the world is going to be a lot of like people working face to face. I think the value of teamwork is going to go way up with a lot of this AI systems and a lot of the rote everyday kind of conversation, like meetings and things like that. I think that the workplace is going to get less, is going to have like less of that kind of thing because so much of it's going to be, what does ChatGPT say? And people will make that their first instinct. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, I think remote work, I mean, especially white collar corporate work, I mean, uh, we know that it has increased because, I mean, every day you read about these downtown real estate, high vacancy rate, or they're selling office buildings at like whatever 50% loss or something like that, right? And so that suggests to me that many corporations are um, building in more of a um, remote component to the work. And for me, so I'm still very influenced by the late David Graeber, like this bullshit jobs theory. Um, and then basically that there's a lot of like useless tasks that, for a lot of our jobs or activities. And so, I mean, because you mentioned like AI tasks that are like very complex, right?
Or
Like
not
whatever
available.
the
They could be simple. The Leslie matrix
graphic.
is like a matrix that's available in textbook. I'm sure that ChatGPT has scanned the textbook because the PDF is floating around online. And OpenAI, what really powered them is they have very powerful scrapers. So they've scraped up, 98% of the web. In fact, I think the initial like jump from 3 to 3.5 and 4, a lot of that was powered by the fact that they were scraping text up to the present. So every year, like the number of like high quality articles and like high quality text productions like doubles. So they were relying on that to power them to the next stages. And that has actually not been happening. They could get far farther than they were with ChatGPT 3. They could get to 4, let's say, and that was part of the secret sauce was the text stuff, but that was not all of it. Obviously, there were algorithmic improvements as well. And I think they're just running into like diminishing returns on that, to be honest.
So once
And
once you scraped all of the stuff, you cannot build your model further.
yeah, so there's an idea of synthetic data. You know that in the long run, synthetic data is going to fail because there's something called like Shannon's information like constraint, which just says that a system, you can add information to a system, and the upper bound of information in the system is the information that was there and then the information you've added. So like if a ChatGPT system is like making synthetic data that it feeds to itself, and that's like a long run condition. You know, in the long run, it won't be able to do anything cool with that. It'll degenerate and maybe start outputting just nonsense. But in the short run, you don't know. So synthetic data can do something helpful along this dimension. And then if it's human augmented synthetic data, like for instance, where it's people who are 1 second, I have one thing. So if it's human augmented synthetic data, then basically you know that that can actually add value because even things as simple as like only take the upvoted responses and drop all the downvoted responses, and then we feed that back to ChatGPT. It can like learn from that basically and then do a little bit better because it's having just the selection effect of only the best text outputs from ChatGPT itself being fed to itself. So those are going to put like limitations, more or less on how much farther they can go. So now I'm trying to remember where were we going? There was something there. What were we talking about? Up thread,
Well,
basically.
I was
Oh
mentioning
yeah,
like,
white collar work.
useless
Yeah.
tasks. Yeah, white
So, but I
collar.
think that there's still so much scope for ChatGPT to expand because it just takes a long time for this technology to get pushed to its like fullest limit throughout the economy. I mean, that's my take.
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
one of the useless things that we're doing, so we're drafting emails, or
Yeah.
also like when you do grant proposals, I mean, there's a lot of like ancillary documents that you have to
Yeah.
fill out. And if I say to ChatGPT that, I want to have a, data management plan, right? Uh, and I give the prompt as it's desired, and I feed in the parameters of my study. It does produce a pretty good document, and it only takes a couple of seconds to produce that document, right? So, um, now, but then, okay, but then there's a concern that, well, okay, so you're able to do more paperwork in shorter time, but if we apply this like Jevons paradox logic of the environment, and we apply this to the world of bureaucracy, I mean, isn't there also a fear that like the easier it is to make more paperwork, you would then just make more paperwork, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's actually true. That paperwork throughout the US economy has expanded, and like a huge amount of the AI companies are going to be just devoted to like filling out this stuff automatically, and it's going to be an AI talking to an AI, and that's like the end game. And I think the disadvantage is going to be for like individuals who want to compete in markets, to go to college, who want to do things, and it's going to take conscious efforts on the part of politicians. Like one thing I hope is that I hope that people reward politicians who do things like simplify the regulatory code, something Obama did, something Trump actually tried to continue, to do things like make FAFSA easier to deal with. That was something Obama was really into. I don't know. I think you have to be kind of a little bit of a nerd, but I loved all that good government stuff that tries to make things more accessible, that tries to make forms easier to deal with. And that's my own personal,
Well,
take. I
so
do think that, yeah,
the government, so the IRS, they do have this initiative of like e-filing, right? And I think they rolled it out in
yeah,
a couple of states. And I mean, so is the main idea that like if you have, let's say, a simple tax return, like especially like because most people like most of their income is like the W-2 essentially, right? And maybe you might have like, I don't know, bank interest or something like that, or some like investment returns, or um but like I think ideally, I mean, in my view, I mean, you should be capable of scanning in all of your tax documents, and the software should be able to populate the correct cells on the correct forms. And all you have to do is then, well, of course, you check whether the data is correct, and then you put your signature, your electronic signature there, and you should be able to hit submit, right? I mean, instead, I mean, like
Yeah, it
what
should
I,
be very simple. Taxation should be very simple. And I think one of the things that's happened is basically the big tax filers who automate your taxes have like more or less lobbied Republicans not to allow for such simple filing. But I think that's not a sustainable equilibrium. I think that you can't do that indefinitely.
yeah, that's right. I mean, because like I hire a tax accountant every year, right? Because my head just explodes, looking at that, paperwork. And so and it's like, okay, yeah, then what? Then you're gonna be paying $100 every year, right, to to the accountant, and of course, you know, that accountant. I mean, like he's paying his bills, right? I mean, he's got to pay his family, right? Um, but I mean, it's the same thing like within the education system, right? Where it's like, don't you like, for instance, like I never took a course in nutrition in my entire life, right? I maybe I took like a health course, like a general education health course when I was in high school, and all the teacher was talking about was like, sex and drugs, don't do this kind of stuff, and use a condom and whatever, and my question was always like, where's the rock and roll part, right?
Yeah,
Which we
it's all
didn't talk about.
rents. Yeah, yeah. This is all like a waste of time for everyone involved in either, for both the kids and the person doing it. They could almost certainly be doing something more valuable with their time.
Yeah, yeah. No, but yeah, and that's the thing where it's like, okay, so how did I become woke about nutrition? Well, it was the internet, right? It was YouTube, main for the most part. YouTube and then Reddit to a smaller extent, right? So and and so the idea is that, yeah, so if you are seeking for information, the free World Wide Web seems to me to be a much better deal than going to college. Um, okay, so within my graduate school, right, I would say that the most valuable experience was like the quantitative training, right? So like the course that instructed me about like how to use R, like what is multivariate regression, and so forth. I think that was the highest value added because I knew that I didn't have the patience to teach statistics by myself, right?
Hmm.
Um, so here again, I will make the concession. Yes, okay, if you have an organized class with instructors, I think that totally makes sense. Um, but most other courses, I mean, if you do like a theory course, like what I'm instructing in my college, I don't know. I mean, you could discover that on your own, right, so to speak.
Do you think
Uh,
so? I'm not so sure about that.
okay,
And I'm
people
not
wouldn't
sure
do
you
it.
could have a structured introduction. I mean, there's a lot to be said about structuring theories in a certain way and presenting them in a certain way. Um, there are many such cases, but one example right off the bat is like, you know, where does like Marx fit into the big picture? Where does Durkheim fit into the big picture of, say, sociology? I'm not sure someone could do that without someone who's really done all the readings themselves. And I think you can do readings yourself and come to piecemeal conclusions, but you would emphasize the wrong things, or you would emphasize things that are not considered to be of interest by scholars. I think that part of the task of a teacher is to pick things that are going to be interesting to the student and give them like a general orientation for like how look how do these things all fit together. And I think that that's something quite valuable.
And and you don't think that there would be somebody who could have done uh, a lecture, let's say on YouTube or on Coursera or on Udacity, right?
Oh yeah, no, all that stuff's way better than the median academic. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, that's a different question than like, do I add value like to these kids' lives by like forcing them to go through this stuff? The answer is yes. And then the question becomes like, do I know something better about the students' use of that time than themselves? Because why didn't they look all this stuff up themselves? Well, some do, but some don't. And that's a more dubious question about the value of the university enterprise. I don't want to say anything about that. I'm on the academic job market. So
Yeah,
you got,
we all make a living from it, but I think,
yeah, yeah,
but the
but
ultimate final test for, whether a theory is interesting or true is like, when you apply it to your own life, right? I mean,
I mean,
you,
the thing is, I enjoyed this stuff, but that's I think a very dangerous test because academics like reading, they like being academics. But okay, for many people who have college degrees, they become used car salesmen. They never enjoyed your classes, and they did this because they had to get through the day, which is part of why they cheated in the first place. So, or like did whatever they were going to do, to like get through your class. I mean, it's like or didn't pay attention or like didn't even want to take your class. Maybe they got out of it somehow. So I think that these are real issues that are kind of coming to the fore that the university is not seriously addressed. And I think there's two good books on this topic. I mean, one is probably The Case Against Education by Brian Kaplan. I mean, he's an extremist. He basically argues that 70% of education is signaling. The values to students are dubious. We would almost certainly be better if you just cut education spending outright. I'm not sure about that. There's some, I think for K through 12, that's definitely, I think for K through 8, that's like definitely wrong. And I think it gets more true as you move up the academic hierarchy that more and more of your time and attention and what you do gets devoted to signaling rather than substantive things. But I'm not sure. Like I think don't know like
but
broad like in
automating K
terms
to
of
12, I mean, I would have a very hard time with that because you're not just like imparting knowledge, which I think in the college environment, I think imparting knowledge is a big part. But in K to 12, it looks like socialization, right? Like basically, like how do I interact with other kids, right? How do I interact with authorities and teacher and principal and all these people,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
And those are social skills that, like, if you are not exposed to it, you're gonna have a socially inept population. And I've spoken with a few of the like K to 12 instructors who were very upset, like after the COVID pandemic, kids are coming back to class, and they were saying, well, these kids behave in a very wild and feral fashion, almost. Um, Simply because the Zoom instruction wasn't giving them the whole, the 360 experience of like, being in the classroom with the other kids, right? And this was something that was clearly missing, and so I mean, and so the argument for like in-person instruction, I mean, I totally, yeah, I totally get that point. But again, if it's at a college level, I don't know, I mean, when it's about the learning experience, um, right? So it's a really big question. So if the goal was only knowledge acquisition, then I think you would be better off sitting in your own home reading the textbook, right?
I don't know if that's true. I mean, there's actual math geniuses like that I know, like Ari Israel was like, taught me Fourier analysis and partial differential equations, like I don't know, 10 years ago. It was very difficult and I've retained, I would say, little. But he himself was able to teach himself maybe all the way up through multivariate calculus. And this was, Princeton math PhD and, homeschooled guy, real winner. But when he got to multivariate calculus, he needed an instructor to work out some things. I think that basically almost all the something we know is that one-on-one instruction generates like huge benefits compared to one-on-two instruction. And that suggests to me that the ratio of like teachers to students, as that gets like very low, the benefits get much larger. There's like kind of this diminishing returns type thing, or increasing returns to the number of teachers to students. Um,
Yeah, I mean the Oxford model I think is quite interesting, right?
yeah, the
Because
Oxford model, I think is,
like if the
yeah.
tutors, and it's like it's usually like either one on one, or I think maximum is like one on three, maybe. So three students per instructor.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
So my opinion about this is basically that obviously would add value, right? But I think the challenge is that most students are really there because they feel pressured into it by the labor market and they are not able, they don't feel that they can make it without this kind of credential. So I think Peter Thiel has this very interesting idea about college as being more of an insurance device rather than a money-making device. And I don't know how true that is. I mean, he went to college. A lot of the people, I don't know if he would invest in people. He invests in people who drop out of college, but he doesn't invest in that many people who skip it entirely. I'm very intrigued by that. Like the number of people, it's much more valuable, it seems, to go to be a Harvard dropout and to be a Stanford dropout than it is to like just try to skip it outright. I think it might be just that you're too antisocial or something like that. It might be signaling that. So that Brian Kaplan says something like that. So the second book I was going to say that's very, very critical of schooling that I wanted to bring up when it came to like the college expansion is probably Cracks in the Ivory Tower, which looks at like test scores and like the just kinds of unethical and abusive aspects of the educational system. So, for instance, something I learned is that actually the number of tenure track positions, like total tenure track positions, increased over time from like even regardless of the demography from like 20 and even when you look at places like political science up until at least a few years after the Great Recession, the total number of tenure track jobs is increasing. But the number of PhDs increased like so much faster because universities need basically like labor. So they go through all these markets that you think are dead, and more or less it's a conspiracy by the university to try to do these things for its own glory, and then to have like a lot of cheap labor in the form of graduate TAs. Now, I never had that, but there's all kinds of other issues with the university that I think are like unethical or broadly ill-conceived. I think that if you were going to design it, you would never design it like this today. And so I see some defenses of the university system that are like basically misguided. Like Palladium says, it's a magazine about the future of America, futurism type of thing. And they say, okay, it makes a lot of sense for the top researchers to be the top teachers. And I don't know about that. I think maybe it made sense like 100 years ago. But if your goal is to like maximize learning, like probably 95% of what you do is quite rote. It makes sense to have some top researchers around, but for the entirety of the teaching staff to be like top researchers is not clear. And that's actually why, like, even at top universities, they're replacing so many of the people there with kind of lecturers and things like that. I think that I think that basically this is not a sustainable kind of model. I think for students, I think the demographic challenges I joke about it with open borders and fertility, but I think they're very real. And one of the consequences of this is that universities' quality is probably going to decline a little bit because you need to reach deeper into the pool. So there was a time when, you could only skim the top 5%, and then you just have much fewer applicants. And so now the fifth percentile type of student doesn't need to be as strong as they were in the past. So I think I think these are serious challenges. I don't think that the university system has like really done much to address them. And I don't know if it needs a top-down reform or what. I mean, the university system does a lot of useful things still for America, but no, I think that it's in serious need of reform in terms of what undergraduates get out of it, what graduate students get out of it, how long this stuff takes, the replication crisis aspect, promotions, though what kind of research is good and bad. I mean, there's so much like I think if you've been in this business, you just see so much ridiculous research. I think the modal research papers like uncited shouldn't be, and then the modal cited paper is bad and shouldn't actually be cited. So I think it's a major problem. I mean,
Yeah,
that's my
with regard to
perspective.
like low quality publications and research fraud and things like that.
And
I
low
mean,
quality teaching, as well, and where it's like not clear what the students are getting out of it or what they're retaining. I mean, this is I think a problem as well. Like I do think that these arguments that students learn critically, and then we try to evaluate that. We try to administer like a critical learning test. We find very small increases in test scores. So Brian Koppelman has studies on. He cites a lot of studies on like how much do students improve their critical thinking abilities and like logical abilities at the end of 4 years. And just it's not zero, but it winds up being quite small and it's not clear that this is worth like $200,000. So I think that we do need to try to be. I mean, my concern is also like the democratic support. If you're looking about what my perspective is that, okay, so my dissertation's on the historical expansion of schooling in America. I guess this is a convenient time to talk about this. And I study basically geographic inequalities. I study the compulsory schooling reforms. And then I study like I have a very old sibling design from like the 1920s. And I studied what was the effect on education expenditure, what was the effect on health expenditure, wages, things like that. And the basic argument of my piece is like I come to the conclusion that schooling was really not about the wage benefits even back then. I think schooling was very political from the start, and I think that it needs to have like a foundation of legitimacy for it to continue. Otherwise, it's basically going to be the case that if Republicans ever get in power again, which I don't know if they ever will at the national level, they're going to like totally eliminate the system. And there are many things that can be done that would increase its legitimacy with, I think, everyone. Like just having everyone keep their research be open and replicable. It's a basic thing you can do. I think making syllabi be public, it's a basic thing you can be do. And I don't think that there's that much to fear from that kind of inquiry. So that's my perspective on it. I think that those are basically governance reforms that no academic should be especially scared of.
Uh, yeah, but though, I mean, if you look at it from the angle of the conservatives, I think that um, they just don't think that we would be part of their constituency, and especially like if you go to the Trump wing, right? So because I mean, if you
Yeah.
think like someone like Ted Cruz, for instance, I mean, like rhetorically, he's gonna shit on the whatever
Yeah. But obviously he's a
university
product of
system.
that system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a product of that
Right.
system. He went to like Princeton and Harvard Law and stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just done rhetorically for the most part. But um, but somebody like Trump, however, I do think that he is um very much anti-education. Where he was saying,
Pro Costco.
I love the uneducated people because I can shoot somebody in Fifth Avenue, they still support me. That's kind of the main idea versus like among my Princeton colleagues and all my other academic colleagues. um I frankly I don't know anybody within my academic work circles that is sympathetic to Trump. So there's something very revulsive in our opinion about basically lying all the time and having a very small ego and appealing to nativism
A
and
large ego, you would say, a large ego, not being cosmopolitan.
yeah, not being cosmopolitan. Yeah, so for us, I mean, everything is revulsive there. And so yeah, so it is going to be part of this cleavage, right? This political cleavage, which I think is quite unfortunate, right? I mean, because because you never want to be in the position where you're regarded as the other or as the enemy, so to speak. Uh, yeah. So, um, but on a broader point about like, okay, does higher education, will it retain its legitimacy? Um, and it really depends. I mean, I would say that I mean, so the college enrollment, right, decline, I believe has nothing to do with like upgrading the vocational training system, right? The people becoming electricians and plumbers. I do think that it's primarily a demographic argument. So basically, so you see all these
So
smaller liberal
Jonathan
arts
Horowitz
colleges.
has a paper that says the opposite, that called BAs are very devalued.
So
Uh,
he argues
yeah.
that it's a vocational education that's increasing.
No, he doesn't try to connect it to the downgrading, but I think, for instance, the decline in college attendance by men, I think, is especially explained by like this is my opinion. This is not like a research based finding, but I think one of the things that's happening is men are seeing so much anti-college like propaganda, and then they're wondering, if I go to a generic college and take on huge amounts of debt, what will I get out of this? And I think that's a reasonable question to ask.
And the motivation for the women to go to college is, I mean, is it that they don't think that they have as many opportunities in the non-college
In my opinion, I have a
fields?
paper on this. Yeah. So I have one paper that looks at the polarization of job stability by gender and education group. And I don't know why, but people have not tried to calculate this. It's a once you have the earlier paper I'd written, it's a simple calculation. So I go ahead and do that. And I find that of all the gender and education groups, the only one where you can say there's a trend towards increased instability is females without a college degree. So they're the only group where their job precarity in terms of like the length of a job is actually increasing over time. And so the expected length of a job is going down over time for women without a BA.
So it's
So
the
if you're a
most
woman who,
rational for them to go to college.
if you want to have a regular career, but if you're a man without a BA, it's basically stable. So it's like looks the same. And of course, if you have a college degree, your career is actually getting a little bit more stable with time. I think that firms are just getting so aggressive about like the AI systems for hiring and the population is getting a little bit older, but I really think it's about this kind of aggressiveness of the AI hiring systems that people who get in, they just tend to last long because you have to jump through so many hoops to like get a job nowadays. For the BA class, for like that kind of the types of jobs that BA holders have. So that's my theory. I don't have any evidence for that side, but I can observe that for sure for BAs, the expected length of a job is like has gone way up since the 1990s, and it's not being matched by people without a BA. And for women, it's actually gone down. So my theory is that if you're a woman and you're not college material, let's say, but you want to have a career, you will force yourself through college because you just see that as your only path to get away from the kind of work that a woman without a college degree does. And and so
Yeah,
there's like I think much heavier selection for kind of careerism within the college thing, and I think that's actually going to keep female enrollment numbers quite high. And I think that might be actually to the detriment of the overall society because I think about this a little bit with like marriage markets and things like that. A woman with a BA is maybe going to have a harder time marrying a guy who doesn't have a BA. Maybe they can match on other things, like maybe they're both like similarly intelligent or have like the same thing. But I think one thing, a nice cultural shift that would be nice to see happen would be for women with a BA to get comfortable marrying guys who are not screwed up, but who just don't have a BA. If that became like a part of the US culture, I think that this would solve a lot of the problems. Or if guys found a lot more value in going to college, I think that would also be a good for me personally. I prefer the second. I only marry guys with a BA, and guys, you need to go to college if you want to get married and have a real like that. I would prefer that. Okay, but if
yeah,
that's
we're
not going to happen, then
self-interested in
for
that sense. Yeah.
then for the whole society, I think people need to be more comfortable with like breaking away from like educational homogamy, and that's something that is happening is I think a lot of women with PhDs are becoming comfortable marrying like richer guys with BAs. I've seen like a lot more of these kinds of like pairings in my life. And there's a wonderful Slate Star Codex article about assorted mating and like what women like. And women don't like to marry down in terms of income, but they don't care as much about education, he claims. But I'm not so sure that that applies once you get to the college non-college divide, because if you look at what's happened, Doug Massey made a prediction, I think 20 years ago, something like because the ratio of more than one woman with a college degree for every man with a new college degree, that was happening even in the 1980s. And so Massey makes the prediction based on trend, which is that the ratio is actually increasing over time. Now it's like something like, 50, it's
60-40,
50,
right?
yeah, 59, 40, 41, 60, 40. Yeah, which means that there's for every woman with a college degree, new one being generated, or for every one way of thinking about it might be for every man, there's like 1.5 like women with a college degree, which is kind of crazy, right? So that market's not going to clear if they insist on assorted mating. So I think that it's a major problem for the society.
Well,
And
sort of
I
mating,
don't
if
know
you,
what to do about it, but I can just say
yeah.
alert people that this is an issue. And hey, if you're a woman and you can't find any college educated guys, well, there's probably a lot of great guys who don't have a degree
Well,
to
there's a
do
new
other cool
cultural
stuff.
problem, the cultural
Yeah,
culture war issue that arose out of that, right?
yeah.
With what's it, JD Vance, right? It's like, oh, these are the catless. I like the childless cat ladies. I think
Yeah,
that
Trump
was
should
his
have gone with
designation.
Burgum. You should have gone with Doug
Uh,
Burgum. I don't think he has
yeah,
anything like that.
and clearly, I mean, all of the um, the educated women, of course, are the ones that were targeted by that um statement. And which is also quite ironic because like, because he married a highly educated, very successful woman. But I guess the idea is, well, I mean, but they started a family, right? So they did, um, you know, like, so once you have like, let's say, a successful dual earning couple, they still went on with the biological objective, right? Which is to
Well,
have
they're
kids.
millionaires. I mean, I don't, I like that JD Vance has had kids. I think that that's a good thing. I think that, I basically am a pro-natalist. I mean, I support more kids being born. And I think it's good that have political leaders, all else equal. It's good to have political leaders that have kids because it sends a signal out to the rest of the society. But I don't know that somebody who is has an income of like $2 million a year or something like that has much to say about like child rearing or like issues in this society
Because
that are
the rich
relevant.
people, they can always hire a nanny,
Hire a nanny.
extra
It's a
support.
different market. Yeah, it's a totally different market. And furthermore, there's something to be said about the high end service economy being uniquely accommodating, I think, for women because they can like take time off from there and return to their old job. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be a mother's penalty, of course. I think there is almost certainly one, but I think that it's very, very different for women who are in the lower end of the service economy. I think that, or someone who's in the manufacturing or agricultural economy, they might not find whatever job they have waiting for them when they come back, and they might not find employers that are so accommodating. So I think this is a major challenge for the society of dealing with how to get to, how to raise fertility rates, how to deal with this. And from my perspective, cards on the table. I don't necessarily find it to be a major problem if like women are only having two children instead of three. I think my major concern is like women who are childless and maybe men who are childless too, because I think that it's a major milestone, and I think that there's research on like what happens if you have a miscarriage and you're going from 0 to 1. And some of that research that's coming out, I think it's from the Max Planck Institute, says that it's a very, very negative life event. And I think many women, couples, empirically, they divorce over childlessness. They consider it to be kind of,
And is the
for
idea,
some,
especially if they wait too long, right? So I mean, if a woman
yeah,
is
they wait
above
too long.
35, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is my feeling is like that kind of childlessness is like totally a solvable problem. It's like, yeah, you tell people, give them realistic information about the fertility clock, make IVF available. And I mean, I'm not as concerned if a woman doesn't want to have children, it just never happens, then it's like, I don't think that's an issue at all. I think that's not a real social issue. I think the social issue we should be kind of concerned about is like regret minimization and kind of this kind of like looking back on their life, would they want this? And that's kind of my more concern. I'm not as motivated by like, okay, preserving the welfare state, or I think that's a laudable goal. Good. If you can achieve it, good. But I think that the social problem is like, women who are 40 and then cannot have kids and they want to have kids. I think that's a real personal tragedy. And I think that you can alleviate a large amount of that just by getting many more people from 0 to 1. And the cat lady stuff, I don't know. I don't know that. I think that's like red meat. I feel that that's like, when Tim Walz says that, hey, some people say I'm a socialist and Republicans play this. I feel that it's the same kind of, I don't know that this quote will translate into anything in terms of policy. I think it's like red meat for the,
Yeah, but again, the
yeah.
link with education again, right? So let's say, so I got my PhD, so I defended when I was, well, okay, last year was I was 31, right? So, and then my guess is, many women that also opt to get a PhD, and if they do it straight from undergrad, they would be at the earliest in their late 20s, but then, if you hang on the postdoc, you might be in your early to mid 30s, right? So, and then at that point, and then it's only when you become a professor, right, that you consider having children, right? And at that point, it might be more difficult. And so, that's certainly one concern. And then I had this other anecdote with a professor couple friend, and so both of them earning, very nice, I would say, upper middle class salaries because they're reputable institutions. And and they got married recently, and I was like, okay, so what about children? And they were like, well, right now we cannot afford, um I think au pair it's called. It's kind of like a nanny, right? So they want to be able to afford um a full-time nanny because both of them want to be working, you know, as professors full time. And they're saying at this point, because we cannot afford the nanny, therefore, we will hold off on the childbearing. Now, okay, so I mean, but then okay, well, how long can you hold it off, right? I mean, and then you will get to the issue of you mentioned the regret minimization, right? Where if the woman passes a certain age, it might just be very, very difficult.
No, I
So,
think it's a lot of it's about the risk for the type of person who becomes an academic. I think that first of all, they might not know what the fertility pattern is, and it's rude and impolite to say. It would be very impolite for you to say, first of all, bold of you to ask when you're having kids. I mean, even that in academia is like a little bit pushing it. But also to say, hey, do you know you're on fertility clock? That time is ticking, and at 32, your fecundity. There's a paper by Melissa Kearney that calculates your fecundity. You already may have challenges, probably not, but you may. And my own take is no, education should be much more accommodating to childbirth. And I think that some of the discourse around teen pregnancy and I had a conversation with the demographer at UCLA about this, and I don't know that I don't know that the way sociologists have thought about this has really panned out. I mean, if you think about what sociologists tend to say about so much of your life course, a lot of it's about delaying. So, okay, delay your first birth, delay when you decide to leave school, delay when you decide to leave the labor market. That's like so much of the life advice. And it really comes down to the fact that people who delay these things tend to do better on many other social outcomes. But people who delay these things, tend to be richer. They have a different life strategy overall. They might be trying to do different things. And I think that theme, or just trying to think about that a little bit carefully, I think that needs to be maybe revisited. I, for one, personally, I doubt I will ever write a paper, talking about teen pregnancy as a social problem. But if you roll by the clock 10, 20, 30, 40 years, no, it was a major, there must be 1,000, there must be 10,000 papers on this topic. And
well, but the
it's
numbers
just
are declining, right? I
well,
mean,
the numbers are
the
really
teenage.
declining. And actually there are now papers out there that say like, oh, you had a birth before 23, and they show that as a social problem. There's a paper on like I think Latino immigrants, maybe by Mary Waters and a few others, and she finds like, oh, the Latinos are having too many births before age 23. There's a challenge with assimilation or something like that. And I think that no, this is, even the teen pregnancy literature was always like dubious about what the causality was, about whether or not it was just that women who were having early sex had other characteristics that made them disadvantaged, or if it was really the birth itself. It was that was never clear. And in fact, there's causal evidence that suggests the effect of teen pregnancy is quite small, if it is even a real problem,
Yeah,
compared
but
to
here,
women who are very, very similar but who do not have a teen birth. So personally, I think that we should be rethinking the integration of institutions in life course, and that includes high school, that includes college, that includes graduate school. In my program at Penn, I know two women have actually three. One person who's now a professor had two children over the course of her time in the program. Another one had a baby, and a third one had a baby. And they did this while in the program, and they gave them 6 months off without any obligations, and that seemed to work for them. And I think that we should be rethinking our institutions and how we accommodate that kind of thing. I think that should be a natural part of the life course, so that even if you're 30 and still a PhD student, you can achieve something that's like far more important for many people than getting your PhD or becoming a professor somewhere. That's my perspective.
yeah, and here again, I mean, education is an important factor, right? So because if I am a high school graduate or a high school dropout, right? There is no reason for me to delay the biologic decision, right? So I mean, I'm just going to be, working whatever job that I can find. Um, and if I have a partner, I can have children right now, right? I mean, and it might be better to have them early, right? So that, when my em- when I'm in my middle age, I'm gonna have grandchildren, that sort of thing. So, um, yeah. So, and as you say, right? I mean, the more education I have, I mean, then I've might have more reason to delay these decisions. But then if I delay it too much, then you're not gonna have uh, as much of the fecundity as you say. So it's, I mean, and this is like a societal wide issue that we see in almost every country because I mean so every year I mean I also look at the fertility trends in most countries in the world, just looking at the table and yeah, so basically I mean in every country it's going down, and in all of the rich countries I mean it is going negative, so below the replacement rate. And Yeah, so yeah, so and it's a big question. I mean, what is going to turn this around? I mean, I am increasingly not convinced that that economics would help out a lot. Um, yeah, because I mean, in a sense, because if you increase the child support payments, um, if the motivation is it's about individualism, right? Like I want to realize my own life plan, um then getting more funds to raise children is not going to increase the fertility rate, right? um and so it might be just, I mean but again, if I was a policy advisor to the government, I mean I would not necessarily say that we shouldn't have these programs. I think we should certainly maximize these programs. Um but I'm just saying from a the effectiveness standpoint, right? um like how much of a difference would it make, right? Because I mean, if like say, so in the US we have about 1.6. I mean, how much is it in Finland right now? If it's like
It's got to
1.5
be
or
like
something,
lower, like 1.4. Let's see.
1.4 or something, right? Yeah, and so there's no doubt that the Finns have a much more generous welfare state than the Americans, right?
Sure.
So in that sense, I mean, there is, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, how strong that correlation is going to be with like the family
Yeah, it's very weak.
policies,
People have looked at the effect of
fertility.
income on fertility. It's not about income, it's about kind of cultural aspirations and like what you see as like the meaning of your life. I think my concern is that the meaning of your life might change over time and people might be too like short-term inclined here. I mean, Brian Kaplan has a good paper called The Case for Having More Kids, and he basically looks at it and he says that for the most part, many people like prefer to have more kids later in life, which suggests they produce too few kids because when they're 50 and 60 reflecting back, they wish they had more. That's kind of the general idea that he's that's what he's saying. And I think that that's true. I just found that very, very persuasive. And they overestimate the cost, I think, of having kids. I think that's another aspect of it in terms of like their overall joy. Okay, their income will go down, but their overall joy will go up in some sense. So that's something that I just found very persuasive at the individual level. And my feeling is that kind of informational interventions about like when are you fertile, when how like fertile are you by year. I think if you present that kind of information very clearly, stuff about even mutations, like as a woman gets older and as a man gets older, the odds that their kids will have deleterious mutations that also increases with time compared to when they're 18, 19, 20. And so there is a fertility life course trade-off about when you want to have kids. And if you're waiting until you're vice president of a company or a full professor at a university, I don't think it's ever going to, I think for most people, it would never happen. And so I do think that there is a sense of precarity that people are facing, um, that basically needs to be addressed at some point. I mean, I don't know what you think of that, but that's my perspective
Well,
on the topic.
I did see a graph recently. It was about like parental age and then the amount of genetic mutations
Yeah, there's up
of
going
the
around Twitter. I
offspring.
think it's exaggerated. I think that the consequences for babies are not clear because I don't know. I haven't looked closely at the source, but if you have too many delirious mutations, the baby will not be viable. More the fetus will not be viable. So that puts a limit on some of the stuff. But the general curvature of this is true, and the general
And
fact that
it's steeper for the fathers, right? So for the father's
but
age.
for the women it cuts off to it goes off to zero because a lot of it's that the women will not necessarily I mean, for women, they have a fertility window that a man doesn't. And so, a baby at age 42, 45 for a woman is very, very unlikely to be viable. I mean, if the first birth, I don't know exactly how this works, but I know that basically a woman who's already had kids has an easier time having kids in the future and carrying kids to term. So if your first birth is at age 40, I think the odds are actually against you of carrying that kid to term. It's very, very challenging. It doesn't mean that's zero, but I think whereas a man, it's not clear that that producing viable children will be a big challenge. But it
Right.
is
So
true
I
that I
mean,
think,
is
yeah,
it then a rule of thumb where it's like, so if you're a guy and you're above the age of 45, let's say, I mean, you like is it ethically justifiable for you to still have kids, basically? I mean,
I don't know.
uh,
That's extreme, but I mean, my take personally is that if you could do it younger, it's better. I mean, if you could do it younger, it's better because about when your kids will be teenagers and the energy you'll have. Like I think, look, I'm older. I'm not even gonna say my age, but I'm older, and so by the time that my kids are in their, by the time I'm having grandkids, I'm gonna be super old. It's gonna be game over for me. So if ever, right? So that's kind of I think that is a concern, but. I think the bigger concern is more about people going from zero to one. I think it's the first kid that I'm much more concerned about childlessness as a social problem than I am about the overall TFR. So like the fact that Finland has a TFR of like 1.4 is much more less concerning to me than the fact of basically that they have so much more childless than they do. And why is this? I guess there's something that's not obvious if you're not a demographer is that a huge amount of the variation in TFR since the 1970s for the UK, for the US, for the developing world is not on the margin of the number of children that a woman has once she's had more than one kid. Once she's had more than zero kids, but it's about the decision between childlessness and having children. So I think the statistic that was quoted to me was something like that for among women who had children, their average number of children was like 2.4, 2.5. But what's been and that's been true like over, decades. But when I look at the variation basically over time, what's been varying over time is really the childlessness and selection into childlessness. And more women are selecting into childlessness. And I think that to me is the major concern at the population level.
so what's the
Um,
percentage of, let's say, 45-year-old woman
I mean, it's
with
going up. It's just a
with
straight line
zero
up.
children?
I don't know what it is, but it's been just going up over time. I mean, this is like kind of an easy to Google type of thing. 45 women childless over time. You can find something like this.
Yeah, so that's a number that's shooting up, and yeah,
Yeah, so it's 1 in 4. It's now 1 in 5. And so, at some point it was like, 5%, let's say. I'm going to guess that at some point in history it was 5%. And it's gone up by like 15 percentage points. I want to make a comment on the birth defects and kind of the way that you think about this. You read many studies that say something like, oh, the percentage increase in birth defects is like way higher, but it's from like generally a low baseline. And so when you look at like your absolute percentages of these things going wrong, they're actually not you often like not as alarming as the percent increases like from age like 22. And so I think that could be like maybe if I was a parent, I would be trying to look at all these absolute risks rather than the percentage risks. And I think it does
while the
clarify the
statistics
mind.
was about genetic mutation, right? It wasn't saying anything about defects, right?
I mean, the
Um,
obvious inference from this chart is about what's going to happen to the kids in the long run. I mean, that's the obvious inference, right?
so if you have the mutation, it could be in a negative way with respect to
I
health and
think
cognitive abilities,
Yeah,
etc.
I think the average mutation is negative because humans are pretty well adapted to the environment. I think that's the geneticist's intuition. Certainly in the 60s and 70s, like I read books on like radiation and like its effects. Like there was some chemist who was like had a book on why we should be much more restrictive with radiation. And he argues that basically the average, and there's many like hand wavy intuitive arguments that the average mutation is like pretty bad for you. And I think that that's the inference that most people were taking away from that chart, and that's the inference I took away from that chart, is that there's going to be more and more like kinds of birth defect mutations and people with problems later in life. I mean, something that people are now coming to recognize is that this kind of Barker hypothesis, it's kind of well recognized for environmental issues. And the Barker hypothesis was that kids who like have some kind of like fetal damage, sometimes it doesn't appear when they're young, but then they'll have heart attacks like let's say age 50 instead of 60 or 60 instead of 70. And it was thought to be kind of ridiculous because the idea that this would be invisible until the ages of the 50s and 60s, that was considered to be so counterintuitive for social scientists that it was pretty much not, not thought to be a serious explanation for variation like heart attacks over time. But now it is. So yeah, Barker's hypothesis. Let me look up this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unfortunate. I mean, if you have a lot of unfavorable genetic mutation. But again, when it comes to the health topic, I mean, my take is that there are uh, a lot of aspects that are, with respect to health behavior, I believe that they are under the control of people. Um, Not for everything, but for many things. You know, for instance, like yeah, the obesity epidemic. I think it's a in my view, it's an unnecessary health crisis. Um, and and the issue is that the health and the the food system, they are, I mean, not in a conspiratorial way, but in a synergistic way, are working together to profit from the ill health of the population. And so to me, that is, one of the core critiques that I have essentially about, commodification and too much capitalism, right? I think this is one of the, clearest examples of that, right? Because I think that, we're supposed to be thriving as a species, um, with regard to longevity and overall health markers. But I think we have like two-thirds of the population that are overweight or obese, right? We have, I think the diabetes is more than 13% or so. Um, so I think we have a lot of health issues. I think they have to be addressed through, um, well, I mean, through better diet, but then also it's predicated upon information, I think, so you have to start with that point, right? And if you don't distribute the right information, I think then, you just keep the population dependent upon drugs that are only designed to manage the symptoms, right? Not necessarily to, you know, cure them, right? Because I mean, if you cure them, also you lose them as a revenue source, right? So that's uh,
I mean, the question would be like, why doesn't competition knock that out? I mean, okay, maybe you don't cure them, but why doesn't a third person come in and cure them? That's kind of the someone outside of the market enters your market and cures them. That's kind of the aspect I'm like a little bit not as sure about. I'll put it like that. Where I always think that many of these things are kind of information problems. We don't know what works in health. If we knew what works in health, that would be better. We don't. And how do we get here from there is an open question.
well, I mean, also there's such a thing as like food addiction, right? Where it's like, I mean, if let's say the food companies, I mean, produce, foods that are like stimulating the taste buds, but then they are very low in nutritional value, so you have to eat much more of it to get to the level of satiety. You snack more, you buy more things, and so your chemistry, your hormones are being hijacked to basically eat more of the garbage food, and you become addicted to it.
Right. This is a
Right?
good point. I think addictions are a challenge for markets. I agree with this. I think that if you look at problems that like socialism actually solves, it's like very obvious that addiction is one of them.
Yeah, yeah. So ultimately, I think I think that there's really the two-pronged approach, right? So I think that better diet information, like disseminating the better diet information, bringing it out to the public, I believe is very important. Like learning about like the physiology of ketogenic diet, right? Low carbohydrate diets. But then also I do think that it's also important that the patients themselves want to look for these solutions, right? Um, because if they're kind of like in a very passive state, right? Then they also like then if you go out and preach to them, I mean, it doesn't affect them at all. So I think that so if people are looking for the information and they're looking for actual solutions, and they feel like they're disappointed and let down through the regular healthcare system, um, then then it makes sense to distribute the information to them, right? So I think
I mean,
it's
one of the
really,
things
yeah.
I think healthcare is also can be thought of as a supply problem. I think that basically, if you look at the restrictions on the number of doctors, that's something the AMA lobbied for. They got it in 1993. It's not linked to actual population problems or population aging. Doctors are retiring much earlier than they used to because of COVID. Part of it's that now it's a much more gender equal field, and women tend to leave the workforce after they've had one or two kids. And so it's maybe harder to accommodate part-time work. I just think that this is an easy problem to solve. It's you expand the number of doctors, you allow foreign doctors to come here. I cannot imagine people being opposed to like foreign doctors and so on. So I don't know. What do you think? Why would this be a major problem for markets to solve if you just like let them work?
Oh, so you think the doctor shortage is an issue? I would
Yeah,
think, don't you think that there's something about, like nutrition information, right?
I agree. I think that there's market
Uh,
failures in nutritional information as well. But I think that the solution to this is like something more about like higher quality research, like emerging through time. It's gonna just take a lot of work to get people to on board with this. I don't see any way out. I don't think, for instance, like carnivore diet for everyone is a solution. I don't see like how kind of a command and control type of system where we know better than you is a solution, except in the case of addiction. And I think even then, food addiction is a contentious topic. You can find academics who disagree. And I think the way through is to kind of experiment and see what works for you, see what works at the community level. I almost think like this is something where there could be so much more work done by like, county level departments of health. I mean, let these people be aggressive and see like what they can do in terms of food. I think that would be quite interesting. They're obviously much more conservative than that, not willing to do experiments by like banning all PUFAs, or we're going to ban all of the plastic things, and we're going to ban all of the, maybe meat with hormones. Every environmental cause you can imagine counties being this kind of laboratory for democracy, right? And I don't find that they tend to go in that direction. I would like them to go in that direction. I would like more social policy experiments, including in food and health and things like that. I think there's considerable potential for government interventions to be helpful. But for you to do that, you have to have a source of information. You have to have something that's like kind of first of all, you need the population to buy into it as a whole, not just like me and you and people who watch YouTube health people and who read our own, who kind of do our own research. The second thing is you need to be kind of sure that this would work for most people. And then the third thing is you need to actually do policies and like watch these policies very closely to see what the effects are. I think there's no escape from that kind of rigorous policy evaluation project. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, but also on this localism idea, I think, I mean, it sounds good, but what's very scary is that when it comes to nutrition policy, it is incredibly centralized. So you have the, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and which is tasked with providing the recommendations on, on what comes out of the plate of public schools, any public institutions, right? The military, right? The government hospitals, or even private hospitals that are receiving federal funds, which basically almost all of the hospitals, I think, get it. So, and so they are going off the official dietary recommendations uh, set by the federal government. And for the most part, they're still going off of, I think, the 1977, the original, recommendation by, I think, George McGovern, the McGovern Commission on, I forgot what it was called. It was something about food, subcommittee on food, uh, dietary recommendations, where that's where this, you could say, Mediterranean diet, or recommendation originated from. And it was a completely, um, you could say, evidence-free recommendation. And every year when they work on updating those dietary guidelines, they marginally change it, right? Um, and yeah, and then you're surprised. Okay, well, why are kids being unhealthy? I mean, I remember, when I was in high school, and I would go public high school, Philadelphia, and we would have these lunches that they served. And so you have the one aisle that goes really quick, which is, the pizzas and the burgers, right? That aisle always went the fastest. And then the relatively more healthy stuff is like the sandwiches, I guess the hoagies or the wrap, right? And they took a little bit longer because, because it's individually wrapped by the cafeteria workers. Um, yeah, and then they would serve it with, I think, milk and maybe some juice or something, right? Um, yeah. So, but nonetheless, I would think that, yeah, it's not the healthiest diet, I would say. Um, but it follows the USDA official recommendation. So I think your idea about, like, okay, you go with the county level experimentation. I believe that, um, this could produce potentially positive outcomes, but it's definitely not the official, um, government position. Because I also think that, like, especially when it comes to food production, I believe that it's highly centralized, right? Because the government subsidizes, like, the corn, like the wheat and
Yeah, I mean,
soybeans
another,
and
these
stuff.
are more examples of like previous interventions that like had some good, they had some kind of good intention, but basically, ultimately, they produce these kinds of distortions that we have to live with today. I mean, wouldn't you agree that terminating all those subsidies would reduce consumption of those foods? You think those foods are bad? They would get us to a better and healthier society.
Um, yeah, I mean, so I think that the subsidies would have to be redirected to basically low margin but high quality whole foods, right? So it would be, I mean, essentially, yeah. the livestock, yeah. So the livestock, the chickens, the pork, the cows, and so forth, right? And then also, I mean, and they have to be fed as well. So I mean, you're probably not going to be getting rid of all of the corn. I mean, ideally, you want to have grass-fed, grass-finished, whatever, but it might not be feasible at a large scale. So, you might still have to be feeding them, some corn and some wheat. But yeah, I think it would have to be going in the direction of the Whole Foods. I think that's kind of the main messaging. Um, because I mean, ultimately, I mean, what is the ultimate resource of a country, if it's not the human resources, right? I mean, like, what's the point of destroying, the health of a population, right? Uh, I mean, even if you say, oh, I only care about like profitability, right? Uh, of private companies or whatever. I mean, it's like, I mean, how much profit are you going to be making off of a sick population, right?
Well, less profit, I guess. Like certainly food companies make less profit if you're sicker. Wouldn't they prefer for you to be healthier? I mean, the thing like addiction is one example, but I think in general, like I'm kind of skeptical about the idea that all the players in the society want you to be sick. It would seem that most want you to be healthy.
Well, I mean, though I say so, well, so they want you to be healthy, but then their policies are making you sick, right? So the
Right.
fact
Well,
that,
they're not necessarily willing to invest in you. I think that's like a challenge. But these are different players who have like my perspective is these are kind of different players who have like different ambits and they're going to be kind of doing different things. So for example, like I think a food company I would prefer if my clients were generally healthy. I think if they were healthy, they'd buy more food, right? Or they'd be like certainly somebody who dies earlier buys less food over their lifetime than someone who dies later. And maybe in present value that's too low,
yeah,
but
but
I'm
for the
not
food
sure.
companies, I mean, their idea as well. I mean, I'm making money right now,
Sure.
and even if that guy dies in 10 years or so, I'm gonna make a buck off of him, for the next 10 years, right? And then versus like, okay, if they let's say if they go to a whole foods diet, let's say they turn the health around and they become productive citizens again because they don't have disabilities anymore and stuff. They contribute to the overall GDP, right? They're going to be consuming and working, etc. But they're not going to be buying, you know, the whatever Kellogg's cornflakes, right? They're not going to be buying the craft food, whatever, the fake cheese and stuff like that, right? So um because now they have the information. I mean, they know, okay, this is if I eat this crap, it's going to make me sick. Um, so, well, then the only way for that company to survive is, well, they'd have to produce a product that the healthy person will want to buy. Now, the problem is that, okay, the healthy food is the whole foods, well, but the margins for that is going to be very low, right?
Yeah. So the idea is okay, they have some competitive advantage in producing unhealthy food. I mean, it's an interesting question, but it suggests to me that again, it seems like it's just a pure information problem. Like eventually this problem will solve itself then via like YouTube. I mean, over time. I mean, why would it not? Beyond it, the only like thing that could possibly go wrong would be addiction, and then addiction creates some justification for intervention. But beyond that, what goes wrong in terms of just informational awareness as a solution to this problem?
Yeah, well, okay, so I believe it is happening. I believe that more and more people are getting enlightened about food. Um, and but is it happening at the pace that we want it to be? So I think that's a thing. And but I always feel like at the beginning, at the very least, it feels like we're Sisyphus, right? Like we're rolling the rock up the hill. It's going to be very difficult,
Mm-hmm.
but then eventually it will become easier because uh yeah, because of the network effect, right? So let's say if you follow the like whole foods ketogenic, let's say your health improves, which I think it will,
Hmm.
then it will incline you to tell your friends and family to, especially those who struggle with health issues. Um, you will say, well, okay, look, this diet worked for me. I think it's going to work for you. Um, and then it just spreads like wildfire in that way, right?
Yeah,
Through
I
network effect.
basically like the ketogenic diet I see as something that was spreading. It spread in the 90s with Atkins, and I think it's spreading again now.
1973, actually. So it's
Yeah, so I think that it's something that is going to just catch on and be used at different times. I think it's more the challenge is like socially, you need to eventually build circles that are committed to health. Because every time you go out for dinner, it's like I found, for instance, it's quite difficult to go to anything above fast casual and get something that's actually ketogenic. So, for instance, I can get it Chipotle, but I can't get it elsewhere.
yeah, so is it Chipotle? I mean, so you have a burrito bowl, but without the rice and the beans, right? So you have the steak, you've got the salad and tomatoes and things like that, cheeses. But
Yeah, so I don't know of any other. Yeah, that's the only one. You can get sometimes the keto bowl. The concept of a keto bowl is actually kind of helpful, but I think that basically it's generally quite difficult to get something from a restaurant that is truly ketogenic. I found that it's much easier to get things that are like meaty, but even if you get something that's meaty, they want to add something that's savory, and something that's savory will be like a potato or a chip. Already you're away from the pure ketosis, right? So this is a problem, no? I think that that's like a social problem that can actually be solved, rather than one, rather than something that's like requires some kind of top-down intervention.
well, so I watched a video with this one woman who was obese, had all kinds of problems, and then she became thin and healthy. And she wasn't much of a cook, much of a home cook. So she went to McDonald's and ordered beef burger patties,
Hmm.
and you can do that apparently. So and they sell it for much cheaper than a hamburger, right? Um, and you order whatever 7 pieces or 10 pieces, right,
Hmm.
in one go, and then you eat it, and it's enough nutrition basically for an entire day. And the next day you
Hmm.
go back and you buy the same thing again. Um, and Yeah, and then she basically, I mean, she turned to basically complete health, right?
Hmm.
Just by eating the McDonald's burger patties, right? So,
That's fascinating. I mean, that's a shock thing, and you should share that with me after this.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll look for the uh conversation. I think it was Kelly Hogan at the Ken Berry podcast.
So she ate nothing but McDonald's hamburger patties, and she like lost weight, and her health problems were reduced.
Yeah, everything resolves. Yeah, so she's in complete health and looks, nice and healthy again, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should send that to me.
Okay, so that's a good time to end. I think I'll go for dinner
Yeah,
soon,
it's
and
4 hours. I hope you cut some of this
yeah,
stuff out. Like me
no,
trying to
that's
get
good. That's
water.
good.
I got a little
That's
thirsty.
good.
I'm sorry, this room can get hot sometimes.
Okay,
So,
well, but so thank you very much, Michael, for coming in, and we'll hope to do this again.
all right, Larry. Hopefully we'll do this again. All right.